It is Wednesday, my dudes, and when it is Wednesday, we paddle in the pool. Welcome, one and all, to Paddling Pool 323. I am Frostix, joined once again by the dynamic duo of Paddling Pool Block 1, Zari, and we are here. Okay, I just like taking every single inch of energy within me to not talk about the elephant in the room. Before we do that, let's just discuss the teams at it today. What's quacking and adios Bahamas. Wow, okay, I guess they're leaving the Bahamas.
Indeed. Those are some names, to be fair. Sometimes we just have, we've got nothing to go off of with some of these names. Like, they give us emojis. But this is, I'm liking the vibes, you know? I'm liking what these guys have gone with. Quacking, adios, Bahamas, good times. I'm interested to see who's on these teams and what it's going to be like when we get into this round one. Yeah. We are going to be starting on Tower Control on Ship.
So Ship Tower is one thing, of course. Ship is the lockout mode, obviously, and oh my, okay, I can't take it anymore, Zari. What is going on? Yesterday, okay, for those who may be living under a very comical Patrick Star-like rock, Nintendo, on a completely random Tuesday morning, has decided to unveil a side game known as Splatoon Raiders featuring deep cuts and 30 new kits.
Yeah, so it's just what else are you doing on a Tuesday, Nintendo?
Yeah.
Also, the way they drop this information, why did it have to be on an app no one was using that you had to log into, you couldn't, link to, and you had to go to see the 5-minute video? My God, what are we doing here? Why are we doing it?
And you know what's crazy about that? We were talking about this before stream started. We literally just downloaded the app on the Tuesday that it got revealed just to see the trailer, simply because the trailer couldn't be screen capped or screen recorded. So the only way there was definite proof that it was real was because people were taking pictures of their monitors or their phones with another phone, which is
no,
not even with their computers. People were taking pictures of their phone with the trailer on it with another phone.
It's just what? Huh? You want to release news and then make it shareable. I want to be able to be like, oh my God, look at this. But I can't. And then it being on a random Tuesday, not even in a direct. Fair enough if you want it to be low key, because it's just you're telling us you've got some more kits for us, right? Like, the Splatooners are gonna be like, oh my God, but no one else is gonna care about some more weapon kits, right? Fine, you want to put that on your app? Fine, but you just announced a new Splatoon game on this. What? Oh,
I won't even lie, Zari. People are equally hyped for those new kits as well. Here, they released the first 15. Close to midnight EST, for me at least. I was in a group call with a bunch of people, and we were just anticipating every single minute. Someone would go they just released a new kit, because refresh your Twitter pages. And we had a Zuka counter because 3 of those weapons had Zukas. Wiper, okay, I only know that the Wiper, the Rusty Wiper has Zuka, but there were 3 weapons within the Bazarushi collection that have Trizuka, which is nuts. And then they released the other 15 this morning.
Oh my God, dude, I have had no time today to even pay attention to the internet. I don't even know what any of these kits are yet, but oh my God, they drip fed it a little bit, and then they were like, all right, we're done with this, take them all.
We're getting these kits tonight.
Yeah, it's what is happening?
We are getting these kits tonight as well. Insane for a day like Wednesday, where up to 2 weeklies from 2 big production companies happen. SOS got cancelled because of the patch, actually.
Oh.
Anyways, that's enough.
Splatoon 3, let's get into this.
So enough about the kits to come. Let's see what kits we're still dealing with now. Oh, is that Twin Crush? I see. still on the Vanilla Ink Brush as usual. Meanwhile, Bushi is rocking the V leader. Nuts.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we have some comps going on here. I will definitely say if you can get into a good position with that V leader, it will be able to do a lot of damage on a very flat map like this. But already that is the brush down. And kind of means that Adios Bahamas should be able to get on that tower, push up, and kind of deal with what's going on.
Yeah, that crab got absolutely shredded. Call it Parmesan. And now, Adios Bahamas is eyeing that first checkpoint, at least containing a lot of space. Already, Neil will pop out the Zuka. The Tri-Strikes have come out from Snus on the bucket. Here comes the Soda from, I think that's Matt on the end zap here. And already, Adios Bahamas is making good work, at least having numbers on the board. They haven't cleared that first checkpoint, though.
Which does mean that, like, as we were talking about earlier, this map can be very, like, lockout heavy and, like, quick push to a second checkpoint situation where that's where you get stuck. But it being back and forth enough for us not to have already cleared a checkpoint, even after a minute, means a lot about, like, the evenness of these teams, I would say.
Yeah, definitely so here. And already, we're seeing Twitch Brush do what the brushes do and push the back line here. Already getting rid of Neil, trying to just cause havoc. They're accompanied by Echo on the Stamper, but they get canceled out by Matt. They have some anti-air equipment in their arsenal. And now Adios Bahamas is striking back, not allowing What's Quackin' to get any more numbers. They did take back that lead, though. So it's numbers on their board.
Yep, very good for them to get through that first checkpoint, but not getting to the second one. I wouldn't say 42 is a safe lead. It's definitely one on your way to a safe one, but with 3 minutes, we're already at 3 minutes here, and Adios Bahamas are not going to be able to find that tower and get it moving yet, not with 3 people down.
Especially not with 3 people down, and especially with Twink Brush just going absolutely nuts. With, of course, the brush in hand, getting a couple picks with the hammer, another pick with the throw, getting a trade down on Snus. There's 2 members down on Adios Bahamas, and What's Quackin' are still riding that tower like as if the Mama Duck is on it. That pencil is going down. That's kind of like their glue of the team, and now they're kind of scrambling to see if they can stick on the tower. They're retreating back into the bridges here. But even still, they pushed their lead to 38. They're still skirmishing. Echo's trying to cause some more damage, getting some shots onto Neil, onto Bushi, but before going down to Neil.
Yep, but they were able to hold down that tower, but as I'm saying that, another player has gone down, which means that they're giving it up again. They get that 1 extra point to 37. But it does look like, finally, that will be the end of What's Quackin's push there. Does that mean that Adios Bahamas are going to be able to get through this checkpoint? Unclear as of yet. There's a lot happening in front of the tower, which should give them the space. But if the brush has anything to say about it...
Big Brush, they are going nuts. Call them cashews, and they're just... Okay, they get shut down by Snus. That's exactly what you want if you're Adios Bahamas. Get rid of the rat. Call in pest control here. And if anything, get out of that first checkpoint because they haven't gotten points on the board ever since that initial push here. So now they're right back onto that first checkpoint here. They're almost through their time. They're whittling down What's Quackin's numbers, taking down 2 once again here. But Twink Brush is trying to put a cork in it, but they get shut down by Matt F. And they are finally past that first checkpoint, but it's only Snus left on the tower.
Yeah, and Snus is kind of surrounded. Oh, that is a very good double kill there from the Stamper, able to completely lock down that push before it went anywhere else. And we're below minute left on the board, which means Adios Bahamas need to get that tower back. And I am not sure if they're going to be able to do that with the amount of pressure that What's Quackin's putting on here.
Exactly, it's just... What's Quackin' is constantly ensuring that Adios Bahamas needs to be on the retake. They're not allowing the tower to be on their side of the map. They're constantly putting pressure on it, whether it's the Stamper or the Brush or B just firing off with this Crab Tank or the Pencil applying some more chip here. And there it is, and now Echo's moving in. They're able to take out Neil. Matt's going down as well. Snus is outnumbered, but they're being able to take out 2 members of What's Cracking. There's 7 seconds left. The tries to come out from Snus. It's only Twinkbrush left here. Someone needs to get on the tower and fast here. And now overtime has begun. Twinkbrush is trying to stop it. They go down in a trade to Neil. Bushi and Matt F are the only ones left here. They need to make this push work into overtime. They need to beat 27, and now B is popped the crab. Twinkbrush is already on the scene. Matt's trying to snuff them out with the wave breaker, but B's being able to take out Bushi, and that crab tank demands a lot of presence. The 3 members down. It's a wipeout, and now all members of Adios Bahamas are saying adios to that tower as What's Quackin' will take game 1.
Indeed, it looked like just at the end there, Adios Bahamas were gonna have their comeback moment, but all it took was What's Quackin' kind of regrouping, working together, having their specials online in time to just be able to shut that down before they really got too much momentum. It is important to note, though, had they didn't have to really work at a checkpoint to get that lead. So had they have been able to win that kind of team fight there, they might have had a chance at taking that. So it was still very close.
It's a lot of pivotal team fights, ensuring that you get rid of keystone targets. Of course, when it comes down to What's Quacking, you gotta get rid of, say, the weapons that, like the Zap, of course, that way they don't have Cooler, or the Bucket, that way they don't have any means of just cheesing out the tower with those tri-strikes. And then in terms of Adios Bahamas, and this is some pretty solid, I think this is probably what they need to get into their minds going into game 2, they need to find a way to snuff out that brush, of course. Make sure that Twinkbrush cannot be in the backlines. Make sure that they have at least a read of where they could be, or even if they are. They did have Wavebreaker. Yeah, the Bushi had the E-Leader with Wavebreaker, so that's good for snuffing out where a rat weapon like Brush could be. But it's not just the Brush, of course. You know, the Stamper can always dive in with it. Same thing with, same thing with the Stamper. And of course, it is never a bad decision to target the pencil as well. Make sure that there is no Cooler supply, there is no means of chip damage. So we're going into game number 2. This is going to be Rainmaker on Museum d'Alfonsino.
Indeed, and because we're in best of 3s, that does mean that What's Quackin' is going into this game at match point. So if Adios Bahamas wants to stay out of losers bracket, they are going to need to take this game. But yeah, still very much all to play for between these two teams. And very important that Adios Bahamas did not get locked out there. So they definitely still have the ability to fight What's Quackin'. They definitely have what it takes. So we are seeing some changes though, or at least ballpoint.
Yeah, Bushi switching from E-Leader to Ballpoint. That's actually kind of an interesting pick. I honestly thought that they were going to keep the E-Leader this time around, especially on a map like maybe Museum, but I think Ballpoint also has its case here. So we're seeing mid constantly in a firefight right now here. No members have gone down. As soon as I say that, though, Bushi's going down. I think Twinkbrush is taking some fire from Neil, but Neil's going down as well. That's 3 members down on Adios Bahamas. And with What's Quackin' making an immediate jump off of the mid-spinner, they will be breaking through that first checkpoint.
Yep, a very quick push there, as they've got that checkpoint. They've popped the Rainmaker even, and they are ready to push up when they have the opportunity, when they've got enough people down. But as I'm saying that, oh my goodness, the Stamper last alive, able to get the drink and get out of dodge. But yeah, that will mean that they aren't going to get any further with that push just yet.
Exactly here. That second spinner past that first checkpoint on Museum is such a hard kind of bottleneck to break out of on Rainmaker. So it definitely shows that Adios Bahamas are still up in the ante, making sure that their defense game is strong. And now they're in the driver's seat of the Rainmaker. Neil is firing off onto the high ground, but they're shut down by Italics here. And now Adios Bahamas will be able to get that first checkpoint and not the lead just yet. They get shut down. I'm not sure by Twinkbrush or by Echo here, but I think Adios Bahamas are still trying to break through. But with Snus going down and with B firing off with the crab tank and with their numbers dwindling, I don't think Adios Bahamas isn't going to get any more progress.
Yep, not quite yet. And look at how, but you have to say, look at how much of mid is painted yellow right now. It does mean that they're still in a position to push up and continue that push if they're able to get enough kills. to make that viable. But 2v2 at the moment, it's still possible.
It's still possible here, and they're trying to at least keep What's Quackin' staggered with Echo going down as well. But Twink Brush is already diving it, but they get shut down by either Snus or by Bushi. The tri-strikes have come out from Snus again here. What's Quackin' is making very good use of the high ground on their side of the map here. We see Italics just holding down the fort here, making sure to at least get down the Rainmaker, but Adios Bahamas is able to cinch out the lead here with 4 points ahead here. It is deadly close, but the Rainmaker is still on the side of What's Quacking here. If Adios Bahamas can still stay in this fight for a little while longer, they can keep their presence, but with 2 members down and with What's Quacking retaliating by storm, I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon.
Yeah, it seems like this is going to be What's Quackin's turn to get a push on the board, and they do not have too far to go to reach that 54 mark and push past it, but they do need a bit more ground covered to get there, and they're able to make it to 55, so not quite enough for lead, and will mean they're kind of, they do... Twink Brush does end up going down. There's another player going down the side of What's Quacking. It does seem like they're kind of back into fighting for mid here.
Exactly here, and we're right back to that 1-point differential here. This is the closest I think we've seen these two teams here. Initially it was a 1-point differential, then it was a 4-point, and now we're right back to that single digit here. And now What's Quacking is starting the push with Echo on that Zipcaster, trying to dive the backline, but the Rainmaker has gone down, and Echo's not getting any value out of that Zipcaster. They're going down to that camp by Neil, being able to get a second with B. There's 2 members down on both teams. Twink Brush is going down as well. Neil's going down as well, and Italics is once again holding down that fort with the Snipe Rider.
Oh my goodness, we're into the last minute here, and still Adios Bahamas are holding on to this lead by a point, and there goes the Rainmaker down again, and with 2 down on one side and 3 down on the other, What's Quacking might be able to finally break through here, but no one's picked up the Rainmaker yet.
Wait, no one's picked up the Rainmaker yet. Will they make the progress? But Echo has cleared the numbers out for What's Quacking. I think they are not in control of the Rainmaker anymore. Adios Bahamas will be able to secure that wipeout. There's sub 30 seconds, 20 seconds left on the clock. Realistically, Adios Bahamas just needs to hold this Rainmaker in mid for the next 10 seconds left. Echo does steal the Rainmaker. They secure a wipeout onto Adios Bahamas. Run, Echo! Run, you need to. There it is! The lead has been taken within the last 10 seconds for What's Quacking. And
what was that?
What was that? Sorry.
It looked certain. It looked completely certain that What's Quacking was going to be pushed to that game 3, but I don't even understand how that wipeout happened so quickly. It seemed so in Adios Bahamas' favor. So they had it all there, but if you don't have the players on the board, then you're not keeping your lead.
Yeah, if no one's there to stop the Rainmaker, what's stopping the Ducks from bringing home the bread? And that's exactly what What's Quacking did. They managed to take the set 2-0. There's no need to head to Rainmaker. Why did I say Rainmaker?
Definitely not Rainmaker.
Gorge. They won Rainmaker. There's no need to go to Clamblitz Scorch Gorge here. They will be moving further into winners bracket, and of course this isn't the end for Adios Bahamas yet, but unfortunately this is adios for them for now.
Yes, indeed. Down to losers they go. They've got a hard fight ahead of them.
Oh no, they're going up against Seed 1 Hello Kitty and Friends, featuring an Avengers lineup of weekly warriors. Good luck, Ducks.
Yeah, the Ducks certainly also have a hell of a fight coming up next. Good luck to them. Would not want to beat them. There is a reason these players are seeded top seed, but you never know. They could be having an off day. You could come out the gate swinging. There are definitely ways to kind of put yourself in a better position for it, but you never know. You gotta do what you gotta do. Good luck. What's Quacking?
To do indeed within these mere potential 2 games here. come out the door swinging, keep that pressure in your favor, and don't look back. So, with that being said here, I think it's probably a good time to slow down for a bit. We'll be back with round 2 after a short break, so don't go anywhere. Paddling Pool, we'll be right back.
Yeah, they were like, game 2's done.
Yep.
Jeez, it just seemed like we were gonna get a game 3. It looked like it was written in the stars, but no. Alright, what's the password versus... Okay, I'm gonna pronounce them as yippee, but I don't know if that's true.
Yippee?
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 Google, what does it mean? Is it just...
Oh god, sorry, it's another couch.
Don't tell me that. Don't do that.
It's
No,
the
it's not.
the return of couch.
No. It doesn't seem to be a word. Which is fine. All right, that's good. So yeah, I think it's just yippee. I'm just gonna say it's yippee.
Yippee and yippee.
Yeah. Oh, and whoever wins out of this ends up against top seed. Oh.
Hey! Don't count out what's quacking. Oh, we're good. Okay.
I'm ready to lead in.
Okay.
Welcome back, everyone. When we said that was a short break, we definitely meant it. Kind of weren't even gone for like more than 2 minutes, but we are back with round 2, which is what's the password versus question mark. Yippee! I think.
Yippee! We at Dapple Productions on the Paddling Pool casting team have had our fair share of names that have been a little bit tricky to pronounce. So the members of Yippee, we hope that we haven't been butchering your name, that we won't be butchering your name across these potential 3 games. So, of course, the only way to begin is by beginning, so let's begin. We're seeing tower control on Hagglefish Market, of course. I say this all the time. Every single caster has their own kind of little nickname for this one. I've seen people call this the best, like the big icebreakers. Another friend calls it the Great Equalizer. I call it the straightest map that isn't Hammerhead Bridge.
Yeah, I just call this fair enough. You play this, you know. Expect it. But yeah, it is very much a straight map. If you're on the gazebos, you can see everything, pretty much everything. And yeah, if you're having a fight, you're either in the middle or on the tar most of the time in this situation. So yeah, I look forward to seeing what these two bring to this fight, especially since they are so close in seeding. This is seed 8 versus seed 9. So, yeah.
Hold on. Okay, I'm seeing some familiar names on a couple teams. We're seeing Slasher. And if there's anything I know about Slasher for sure, we are seeing more Stamper. I would not count out Slasher of being a really solid, I think, mid-level Stamper main. We're also seeing Hyperstar here, so expect Ballpoint. Maybe expect Ballpoint, because that is what I think I see on Hyperstar a lot here, of course. 3-point Divers, stellar backline.
Yes, bro is backline of all time. 100%. I don't think I've ever seen him on anything else. He lives for it. So
That's true.
I would be very surprised to see him as a frontline in their comp. But you never know. Maybe today's the day. We will find out. But
Okay.
all right, yeah, there's that Samper.
And Hyperstar this time is on Headit, and that is reasonable going into, of course, since considering Yippie's comp, there is not a lot of cooler. There is not a lot of cooler. We're actually seeing something interesting with Wutu on the vanilla Splattershot Pro. That's going to be a Crab option for Yippie, and of course, Crab on tower commands a lot of presence. So we'll just have to see if that comes out from Wutu already firing off onto what's the password here, at least trying to claim some more space, clear out the path here.
Yes, intriguing as well to see the rapid on the side of what's the password, because normally we only really see a rapid when a team decides that's their, you know, backline if they don't want a backline. So it's interesting to see it at the same time as a proper backline. But anyway, at the moment, seems like what's the password is definitely taking up a whole lot more space and pushing Yippie well further back. For how long?
Just have to see what happens here from what's the password or from Yippie, because that push just was stopped before it could even begin here. But with that bucket immediately going down, I think what's the password is starting to gain a little bit more momentum, getting rid of the Gal. But now Slash has gone down already. Wutu's firing off with the Crab Tank. Yippie is right back onto the tower. They're trying to at least put a little bit more numbers on the board, get closer to that first checkpoint. The lead is definitely attainable here, but it is just an all-out skirmish here on mid.
Yeah, neither team has gotten enough picks to kind of secure a push, right? They've both pushed, but not far because they don't have the space for it, right? They're able to push the other team backwards, but not far enough to kind of like secure that space. This might be the change that they needed, though, as Yippie is able to get a pick, push what's the password back, get another one, but they don't have the tower. Wait.
Yeah, they don't have the tower because Yippie is actually on that first checkpoint here. They managed to at least find the space necessary, and with Slasher going down already, and with Yippie already out of that first checkpoint, they're putting more numbers on the board here. And already here comes a set of tri-strikes from the bucket, driving what's the password even further back here. The coolers come out once again, but there's two members down on Yippie. Their numbers are dwindling here, and no one is on the tower to defend it. And now what's the password is cruising right back to mid, but even before that, they managed to at least secure a pick onto Slasher, which is definitely a bonus.
Yes, I do believe you need to get rid of Slasher if you want to kind of keep pushes alive on the side of Yippie, and that is actually a lot of players going down on the side of what's the password, giving the tower almost immediately straight back to Yippie. Now, they've got a long way to go to like continue that push, but they are certainly going for it, or at least trying to.
Exactly here. It still is within what's the password's territory. All four members are there. Slasher's trying to make a move, but right now Slasher just can't catch a break going down to Wutu. Hyperstar has the cooler ready to go. Wutu's taking a couple more damage, but they have the Crab Tank as well here. If they're jumping onto tower, there it is. Tower Crab. Watch out for its pinchers as it is moving to that first checkpoint that they don't even need to stay on anymore. Hyperstar is going down though here. That is a lack of headed. The whale is coming out from the Gal as well here. And now what's the password is scrambling, trying to at least intercept Yippie's push here. The whale is coming out from Kenma's RPD, just getting a little bit more chip damage onto that bucket. As over before, going down to Mad, as well as Wutu here. And they're constantly keeping that tower within what's the password's territory, not allowing them to get even a taste of what their side of the map looks like.
Yeah, indeed. Like, they haven't really seen mid for the past, like, 2.5, 3 minutes. What's the password's just been trying to get enough picks without losing players themselves, but it's just not happening. They're trading, or the kills are going to the side of Yippie, and it's just not what's the password needs right now. We're coming down to the last 30 seconds. They need to see mid again, but I'm not sure if this is going to be enough here. Slasher's trying to get picks. They are 2 down now. Yippie finally having to move well back and give what's the password space, or they're gonna die like that.
Yeah, exactly. The last thing that you want to be when you are out of Crab is outnumbered, and that's what just Wutsu just suffered. And finally, What's the Password is on the side of Yippee here. They have reached that first checkpoint here, and they are on the offense with Slasher going in with that Zipcaster, trying to at least provide a little bit of a distraction. Slasher's going down. The Tri-Strikes have come out from the bucket here, and that pencil's gone down! Matt has jumped on the tower right in the nick of time! And with that, that overtime push has come to a close, and Yippee will be getting Game 1.
Yes, indeed, they will. Oh my goodness, that was such a strong showing from them coming out of that first game. They had control over that tower for, I believe, like at least 70%, maybe closer to 80% of that game. When someone was on the tower, it was mostly them. But yeah, that was kind of incredible of them. No, they still ended up losing control of it near the end. Had that have happened a bit sooner, then they might have, there might have been a little bit more leeway for What's the Password to have been able to get off, get back on again, and kind of work like around the tower a bit. But there just wasn't the time or the space for that if you're in overtime. So yeah, definitely not a great position to be in if you're What's the Password. But it's not, you definitely can come back from this.
Definitely so, considering that Game 2 is Barnacle and Dime on Clam Blitz. So of course, I think the biggest thing to take into consideration with this map mode is ensuring that you have the staying power. So once again, it's a matter of at least securing space for yourself within the enemy team's territory here. You need to make sure that you have enough clams to keep that push lasting, and you need to have the space and even perhaps the numbers advantage to just have your team stay within the enemy team's court while you're trying to score. The worst thing that you want to be doing, or like the worst case scenario perhaps within a clam blitz, is just getting an initial barrier break but not getting enough clams in. Next thing you know, the other team has at least already a free pity clam and perhaps just a lot more clams to work with in a counter push. So then your lead gets immediately stolen, and then all that momentum suddenly switches hands.
Yeah, it is definitely incredibly important to even just get a single additional clam in, not just one power clam off the bat at the start of the game, because you are just giving that straight back to your opponent. You want to be able to do obviously more than that, right? If you're able to get below 60 on an initial push, that is a lot safer for you coming off of maybe an immediate like push from the other side. So you do want to be careful with clams in that regard, but we'll get into this. We'll see what these teams are bringing to the table. No change, not really. Yeah, we're kind of just keeping things as they were here. Yeah, do you believe so?
Exactly. I think if it worked specifically for Yippee, and even for a little bit with What's the Password, I see no reason to switch things up here. So right now we're of course in the early game, which is all about perhaps just collecting enough clams, securing that economy here, and it's pretty dead even with only with What's the Password actually taking a very massive clam lead. But in terms of numbers, they are dropping like flies here. They initially suffered 3 down, but they did have that tactical here. They're still 2 down here. They may have the clam, they don't even have the clam advantage anymore. What am I saying here?
No.
And already Yippee is at What's the Password's court. They have a power clam. Mad is running for the barrier. It has been broken here, and now it just depends on if Yippee can follow up.
It seems unlikely, as they were mostly pushed out, and that was a very, like, they got the opportunity, they took it situation. But yet again, that gives What's the Password that power clam to work with for free. But first thing they need to do is get the kills on Yippee, which they are in fact doing. This is the counter push that could very well go in their favor very quickly here. What's the Password? Have the clam economy to make this work.
They have Fatal holds 1 power clam already. There's a pity clam laying in wait. That being said, the splash has gone down. Fatal has thrown the power clam in, but there's 2 members down! 3 members down! Slash has gone down as well! Once again, the team doesn't have enough staying power to continue the push, and with no other clams going in, their score is going to be reduced to 81 here. Yapi is still holding that 1-point differential lead, and they're right back onto the mid-plat of What's the Password, trying to get a little bit more space in their hands. They, of course, also have another pity climb and wait. There's one member down, the Gal, as well as the Pencil on both teams. There's two members down on What's the Password, though, here. Yapi is starting to have the space here. They're trying to get the clams into Hyperstar's pockets here, but I think they're starting to scramble a bit here. I think they're realizing that they've overstayed their welcome, and What's the Password is starting to retaliate here. Now Yapi is trying to... Oh, wait. Do they notice the bucket?
I don't think so. Oh, maybe, but not enough to do to stop them from taking a pick before getting traded out there. Does stall out the. I suppose it is kind of important to get rid of that backline sniper anytime you have the opportunity, because that is less time with the tactic cooler up actually. Ooh, Slasher.
Slasher took a little dip within the mall pool here, barely escaping disintegration here. And finally, What's the Password? Getting another power climb into the basket, finally taking the lead 71 to 80 here. And with Wutu going down here, oh no! What's the Password being driven back into mid, and Mads just taking the fight over to What's the Password, getting rid of, I think that's the splash on the side of What's the Password as well. That being said, the damage has been dealt. They are in the lead here. But now, Yapi has two power clams lying in wait here. Slasher's also lying in wait here, waiting to get the drop on them.
Indeed. I will say what we're seeing from both of these teams is that we were talking about staying power. It doesn't seem like either of them have had the opportunity to stay in those kind of positions of power and get more out of pushes than just a single power clam. Neither team has done that yet, and it leaves What's the Password's lead at the moment very precarious, because it literally takes a power clam to beat it. They put a power clam in, Yapi gets the lead. It's that simple.
It's not just, if he gets two power clams, if they can actually prove that they have the sticking power, make sure they can grab the pity clam after that barrier initially breaks, that could be a really, really strong counter push from Yapi, so long as they can find their way in. But What's the Password is upping the ante on the defense, holding Yapi at mid. Yapi will actually go down. Fatal's managing to get rid of that power climb holder. There's two members down, and now it is gone down to 30 seconds left on the clock. If anything, What's the Password is almost at a power climb of their own. Slasher's trying to get a dive in. They will be able to get rid of the Gal here. The lasers are coming out from Tenma as well here. There's going to be under 20 seconds left on the clock for Yapi to potentially take this back, but What's the Password is on their side and keeping them at bay even when they have two power clams in their presence here. The crab tanks come out, the tri-tricks come out here, and Yapi need to now make this push work into overtime.
They get a pick. They get a pick. They get a
two.
Yep. Is it gonna be enough?
No,
they're able to open the basket.
A second power clam has hit the basket. And with that, Yapi will even out the set 1-1. We are going into the tiebreaker.
No, that is not what that means. Is it?
Wait, no, it's not. No, it's not, because Yapi won the first match, right?
Yep, Yapi won the first match. So actually, that does mean we will not be seeing the tiebreaker. And in fact, Yapi will be continuing into round 3 of winners, while What's the Password are gonna have to head down to the losers bracket. I will say, important to note who their Yapi have earned the chance to play next, and that is whoever wins between What's Quacking and Hello Kitty and Friends top seed.
Hey, the Ducks took it to game 3.
The Ducks have taken it to game 3, so that clearly says that top seed is not infallible here. They could definitely, What's the Quacking could definitely take that and then continue on to fight Yapi next. It could go either way between those two teams. But yeah, that's who Yapi is up against for round 3. But with that in mind, we are going to go to probably another Well, actually, it might be a little bit longer now. I'm looking at where we're going to next, which is a little bit further down the bracket. So yeah, we'll go to a little bit of a longer break than last time, I do believe.
Will be just really quickly, so we're still waiting for Blanksy, who now at least will be one of the teams we're seeing within Winners Bracket Round 3, and whoever wins between Cherry Wave and Time Bomb. So of course, don't go anywhere. Paddling Pool will be right back. And the break has actually been a break this time, and a break that you guys didn't even need to hear what was going on in the break. And now we're seeing. Wait, sorry. I forgot that I had the stream audio on because I was listening to the Persona music in between the break. Anyways, you're now seeing Blank Z versus Cherry Wave, who we were kind of we were doing a little bit of spectating in between the break, who won in their set against Time Bomb. So once again, another very, very close seeded set, with Blank Z being seed 4, Cherry Wave being seed 5, and we've now entered best of 5 sets.
Yeah, that means we are definitely going to see a game 3, which up until now we have not had the pleasure of doing. So I am looking forward to seeing a little bit more out of these teams. Hopefully even more than that. Would be fantastic if we went to a game 5, guys. So Blank Z, Cherry Wave, I do believe these teams are quite even. So we might actually get to that point. But yeah, we are going to be starting on Museum, which we saw earlier, and actually on Rainmaker specifically. So yeah, I'm looking forward to see if these teams are going to be the kind of teams to have the lead, like, be it 5 and 4. That would be fun. But it depends how the game ends up going. But yeah, I'm just intrigued. I want to see how this goes.
I'm definitely also intrigued. We're seeing some familiar faces as well. We're seeing the return of Hagglefish Market within Game 3 on Zones, the return of Barnacle and Dime Clan Blitz, and some new faces on stream, which will be Makomar TC and Humpback. Rainmaker Need we go all the way to a Game 5 tiebreaker scenario, but let's just maybe not look into the future so hard, because of course the present can change at any point. So, one thing that we have seen a lot of within a lot of Rainmaker Museum matches is just an overall maybe sort of struggle to get past that first checkpoint here, of course, because the top spinner area is just, it's so tight. It's a really close quarter situation if you are on the offensive, and then when you're on the defensive, you have a lot of options to defend. You have 2 instances of high ground and also just 2 choke points to work around.
Yep, yes, indeed. And just a lot of the time, it's not the checkpoint which is actually the problem on this map. It's getting past the spinner. As you're saying, like, so much of that fighting is just in and around that spinner whenever you get to that point, and it's like you go round one like the spinner a little bit, and suddenly there's 2 more people you need to kill before you can go any further with your points. So it just, you need to almost clear it out, or clear out one side of it and just gun it down. Like, that's probably your best chance, unless you get a kind of an insane wipeout, which I'm not sure is going to happen with these teams, but you never know. And yeah, we did see that in Game 1. That wipeout was what kind of brought it back in the last, I don't know, like 10 seconds or so for What's Quacking. So if you get a wipeout and the lead is not like 5, then you can absolutely reach it. So yeah, just these 2 teams, they should have some. Okay.
Oh, okay. Hello.
Hydra?
Oh, 52. Yeah, Hydra and 52 Gal Deco. We are seeing 2 whole screens, a double monitor setup from Blank Z. So that'll be something really interesting for Cherry Wave to work around. They're also sporting a Rapid Blaster Pro here, but already 2 members of Cherry Wave are going down. The Hydra's gone down as well. But right now, Blank Z is in control of the Rainmaker. Draco's trying to get a jump onto Golda, and that will be only 1 point on the board for Blank Z.
Yeah, it will not take very much, especially whenever, I was gonna say, whenever the Rainmaker was aimed towards the goal there for them to get across and get kind of quite close to that. Oh, unfortunate for that screen to be so low down on one side. But yeah, this is Blank Z. This is a composition I don't think I've ever seen. I don't think I've ever seen 2 screens on one team in like a competitive format.
Getting out of hand. Now there's 2 of them. So I would not want to be Cherry Wave potentially on the offense against 2 whole screens on Museum Rainmaker. But right now, Blank Z is on the offensive here. They will take the lead and that first checkpoint here. But that flash is going down. Zonox being able to take out Herda as well, but going down to Golda though here. That being said, the damage has been dealt 2 points in the lead. And Piro is just trying to scramble here before going down to Petty. So the Rainmaker is right back. Oh, Pelly, who is right, and now the Rainmaker is right back into mid.
I will mention, it looked like it, but they did not get checkpoints. They still haven't got it. Yeah,
Really?
Both checkpoints still exist. I don't understand. Like, they were right on it, but they just didn't get the whole way up. And then as soon as they got forced out, it just, they still haven't got the checkpoint.
Wait, unless Pancake stops.
We're 2 minutes in.
There's an ink vac. They still haven't jumped onto Rainmaker, and Blank Z are just holding down the fort like their life depends on it. If anything, Cherry Wave did get at least 1 extra point on the board here, but Blank Z is starting to run like the wind, and finally,
Oh
we
my
see a
gosh.
checkpoint break from Blank Z. Here's one of the screens, courtesy of, I'm not sure if it's the Hydra or the Gal here, but now that's going to be tricky to work around here. There's just a massive splatter color screen, and no! Blank Z is running! Once again, pushing the lead to 29!
Indeed, that is a strong position to be in, especially against Cherry Wave, when Cherry Wave, yet again, has not got the checkpoint yet. I'm still kind of like, what? That's... It's whatever, it happens, but not often.
Oh, there's screen number 2 here, blinding or disorienting the members of Cherry Wave, and Blank Z is still in the driver's seat trying to secure more picks and space for the Rainmaker holder, which will be probably Golda here. And already they're right back onto the, at least the Rainmaker is on the mid spinner. Blank Z is still trying to maintain control of the top spinner. That Zap has gone down. There's 2 specials ready on the side of Cherry Wave, though, the strikes and the big bubblers, which can both chop up territory in different ways, and they're striking back. Already Golda's going down. Pelly's trying to get a move on, trying to get some picks on Darren, but Pelly's going down. There's 2 members down on Cherry Wave here. Blank Z still has the lead, but they're just rubbing more salt into the wound.
Indeed they are. They're just wasting and stalling out the time. They do not need to push as long as Cherry Wave does not have the opportunity to push themselves. Like, 1 player going down on the side of Blank Z is well worth it, but no! There was a bomb! The suction bomb had been there for so long, but they hadn't noticed it and just walked right up into it. That's so unfortunate. But does give Cherry Wave a little bit of leeway because there isn't a Rainmaker currently shooting them down.
That being said, there is a screen right in their face here, so they're definitely disoriented here. But they are popping the ink vac here. This could prove testy for Blank Z here. There's going to be sub 40 seconds left on the clock, but there's 3 members down on Cherry Wave. I think this push is over before it could even begin, and now there's 30 seconds left on the clock here. That's just enough time for Blank Z to hold this Rainmaker in mid and just not even do anything here. Cherry Wave needs to start moving. Is Golda going for the glass? Uh-oh. Okay, that would have been close, and now another screen has been deployed by Blank Z. Wow. This is really getting out of hand.
It is indeed. Blank Z able to get that Rainmaker, still trying to get it up on the glass there. But at the moment, Cherry Wave needs to pop this and pick it up, but they do not have the opportunity to do that. Not against the Hydra.
Not against a Hydra sitting on high ground. This bullets of ink coming down from above, which will secure the win for Blank Z, and that is the first win on their belt. That being said, I wouldn't want to count out Cherry Wave, though. There's still 4 potential games left in the set, so you do not want to get that momentum. You don't want that momentum boulder rolling down the hill. You don't want to be Sisyphus here, as we're going to tower control, the Sisyphean game mode.
Indeed, it is incredibly important that you're able to push and keep pushing. Just continually trying to get to checkpoint after checkpoint. It is one that even I think getting to the second checkpoint can be a struggle. Getting to the third one, you have to be steamrolling to get that far. But yeah, I would guess we're not going to see another double wall comp coming out there, but I don't know. Like screen, it's certainly a special. You do not see it used all that much because it also blocks your sight lines. But yeah, I couldn't imagine that they'd get the same usage out of it for tower control. But maybe this is just all they're doing.
I mean, screens, of course, do like command a lot of presence. Even if like you're not fully disoriented, it still could trip you up a bit. It just depends on if Blanksy is still gonna run with what they're doing. Let's see what is to offer. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. I think we're seeing a little bit of a switch up though. Are we seeing, was Draco, I think, yeah, I'm not sure if Draco was on Splash before. This may be new from Cherry Wave. Perhaps Crab could be what Cherry Wave needs, some little extra oomph in their firepower. We'll just have to see as this game begins.
Indeed. At the moment, both teams just trying to find their footing, get a bit more aggressive and take space, but it does seem like Blanksy able to get the first pick, able to grab the most space, and here is Herda trying to get in behind them, able to find a pick, and then looking for another possible victim.
Oh no, one of the screens I thought has already been deployed here, a little bit of a nuisance. That being said, there's 2 members down on Blanksy here, and Cherry Wave is just going through the screens or across the screens any way to just get it out of the way here. That being said, the damage has been dealt from Blanksy. They were able to almost clear that first checkpoint, and Cherry Wave still has no more points, still doesn't have any points on the board for now. They do have 2 specials, the tri-strikes as well as the big bubbler, and with 2 members down on Blanksy here, this could be what Cherry Wave has been looking for.
Yes, indeed, it does seem that way as they get to that first checkpoint and do look like they're gonna make it the whole way through. There comes the screen. There comes the second screen. Oh my god, and that is 2, though that's 2 down on the side of Blanksy. 2 players do end up also going down separately on Cherry Wave, meaning we're kind of back into a bit of neutral, but even as I say that, Cherry Wave are kind of losing players. Blanksy are pushing up and making the most out of that kind of disorientation that they got, and they are continuing to get more points on the board.
Not just more points, more picks. There's 3 members down on Cherry Wave, and Draco is confronted with another splatter color screen. There's a splashdown ready on the side of Pancake on that custom blaster. Here it comes. Will it deal damage? Actually, it'll deal more damage to Blanksy as the Hydra and the blaster have gone down. Cherry Wave is starting to retaliate, getting rid of the Gal as the tower will cruise back into mid. The cooler will be deployed. Pelly has the strikes ready to go, but Pelly's being cancelled out. There's no strikes for them just yet. The Crab is firing off, getting rid of Pancake. At least the soda's coming out from Blanksy here, but with the amount of firepower that is being tossed to Blanksy, I'm not sure, to Blanksy, I'm not sure if there's any way to react right now, but clearly, all they just need is the, oh no, both screens have been deployed again. Both screens have been deployed again.
It's so much. Oh my gosh. And there we go. Another player going down. Cherry Wave struggling to kind of hold down the tower long enough to get it through a second checkpoint there. But the Hydra's dead. But that is 2 down on the side of Cherry Wave. 3 down, making it very, very certain that Blanksy are going to be taking up more and more space as they make another push of their own here.
Now they're right back up to that first checkpoint area here. I think Pancake is trying to get some off-the-rails chip damage here, but they're spotted by that pencil. They will be able to get rid of that. That being said, one of the screens is ready, and here it comes, being deployed by the Hydra as the tower cruises right back to mid, proving to be a little bit testy. But the numbers of Blanksy are dwindling. It's only Pancake left, and they're in the middle of a firefight here. But they have a firefight of their own in their back pocket. Here comes the splashdown, not being able to get rid of targets, but keeping Pancake in the fight just for a little while longer, getting rid of Kelly with a direct, and Blanksy are still on that tower.
Yes, indeed. They're still on the offensive. There is only 10 points between these two teams at the moment, but with the checkpoint in between those 10 points, it is a struggle, very much a struggle, even if Cherry Wave had the tower right now to get there. They need to start a push as soon as possible, but they're just so much on the back foot at the moment.
There's not just so much on the back foot, there's so much screens! Both of them being deployed once again. There's 30 seconds on the clock for Cherry Wave to take back 10 points. Pelly's just in the midst of a firefight, but there's 3 members down on Blank Z here. Cherry Wave need to make this work, and they need to make it work fast here. Pelly does have the tri-strikes ready to go. This can clear out a choke point for them here, as Cherry Wave will be approaching that first checkpoint. Pelly will pop the tri-strikes here. The firepower is coming out from Blank Z, but the bubble has been deployed by Zunox here. That will at least provide them a little bit more defense.
Behind them!
There's someone behind them! On the mid stacks, it's only Zunox and Pelly left here, but they're clearing the way. It's only Golda here. Golda!
Wins the 2v1! Oh gosh!
Golda, an NZAP one-man army, able to get rid of the last 2 members of Cherry Wave, which will secure them game 2 and will put Cherry Wave on match point.
Blank Z. You mean Blank Z?
Oh, yeah, Blank Z. Yeah, Blank Z. I still need to remember how the whole match point things works. Yeah, Blank Z is 1 game away from winning it.
Oh my goodness. I was talking earlier about how at least we get to see a game 3, hoping we'd see more than that. But Blank Z seemed very, 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 very pushing to kind of keep us at that game 3, to just be done as soon as they can be, because those were 2 dominant games from them, and coming into splat zones, you can lock a team out of that zone. So yeah, Cherry Wave need to take this, or they will be going down to losers bracket. They need to figure this out, and quickly.
Yeah, as we're already diving into match points here, I think we did see a little bit of a switch up from Cherry Wave into game 2. Meanwhile, okay, only one screen. Only one screen. The Gal has gone to Vanilla Gal. Yeah, so we're seeing her to switch to the original 52 with the Killer Whale. Meanwhile, Cherry Wave sticking to what they were running with for potentially the last 3 games. Maybe if Draco was running the Splash this entire time. And already, speaking of Draco, they already popped the crab. If there's one thing I know about Splash players, they know how to immediately get a crab going.
Indeed, but that is 2 down on the side of Blank Z. Cherry Wave do end up losing a player as well, but that does very easily switch it in their favor and let them take a very, very aggressive stance. But that ends up stopping it so quickly.
It stopped it just really quickly. There was 2 members down, and already Blank Z could potentially take it back, but with 2 members down and with only 1 screen cruising through the zone, I'm not sure if that's gonna work for them. Pyro is just standing stalwart on this tent, but they're being chipped out by these burst bombs, being forced to move off of the tent, and that'll just allow Cherry Wave to have a little bit more space here. They're past the halfway point into the 40s, almost out of it. Now they're in the 30s here. Zonox is down. Another screen has been deployed, but Draco is firing off with this crab tank, keeping Blank Z at bay here. But with a splashdown coming from Pancake, the zone has been flipped, and that's exactly what Blank Z needed. Cherry Wave was at 19.
Yes, that was incredibly important to continue this game for longer, even if Cherry Wave's able to take this back, which doesn't seem likely in the positioning they now currently have. It does mean that they are going to have to get through those penalty points first.
Yeah.
But they're starting on it. They're getting started.
Yeah, they just have to figure out how to not just start, but keep going here, as already the zone has been flipped by Cherry Wave, and they're holding this zone very, very effectively. Draco's just eyeing that pedestal, waiting to pop that crab. I just know it. Oh, nope, they're backing out. Wise choice for the team right now, but right now, Cherry Wave is almost out of their penalty points. Blank Z need to start moving here. There is the screen and the Killer Whale ready to roll from both, and already the screen and the Killer Whale come out targeting Draco here. But Cherry Wave is out of their penalty points. Oh, here comes the splashdown from Pancake. Zone has been flipped. It is in neutral here, but will they cap it? No, they won't.
No, they were able to hold it, able to hold that zone. It's still held. Oh my goodness! But it seems like Blanks should be able to take that back. But that was an incredibly long neutral to be started by a splashdown. It covers so much space. But yeah, it has let Cherry Wave get the whole way down to 6. But Blanks do not have much penalty points at all. They are through them, in fact, meaning that they are working on their points on the way down. This is the moment that Cherry Wave needs to take that zone back. But with where Blanksy are at right now, it makes it incredibly difficult for them to push in.
Definitely so here. Already the Gal has gone down on the side of Blanksy. Pelly's trying to clear up the space. Pancake's down here, and already the Tri-Strikes and the Crab have come out immediately, flipping that zone for Cherry Wave here. So now they're right back up on the offensive. Pelly and Zunox eyeing those steps here. They are able to get rid of Golda, but there's 2 members down on Cherry Wave here. Blanksy still have a little bit more time left to take this away here. They need to eat through 42 amount of penalty and then 35 of their own points if they want to get this. And here comes the screen as well to potentially trip them up.
Indeed. There comes the whale to kind of keep them moving. And then there comes the splashdown to finish off the bucket. And that is the second player going down on the side of a third. Which does mean that they are stuck out of this zone. This is the lockout I was expecting earlier, and does mean that Blanksy do have a good shot at taking this lead.
Yeah, exactly here. And now Blanksy is in the single digits here. Oh, but Cherry Wave is striking back here with everything they have. The Tri-Strikes, the Crab is coming in. Zone is almost still in neutral here. It has been capped by Cherry Wave with a set of miraculous Tri-Strikes courtesy of Pelly here. And but things could still potentially change. There's 2 members down on Cherry Wave. There's under 30 seconds left here. They need to get this paint. They have to get this zone capped first. It is in neutral. They don't have any specials aside from the Cooler here, but perhaps Cooler could just be what Blanksy needs, as they are in control here. They need to make this work into overtime. The whale is coming out from Blanksy as well here, but the Crab as well as the bubble is ready from Cherry Wave here. We enter overtime. Zone is in neutral here. The Tri-Strikes come out from Pelly, and there it is!
This is the comeback that Cherry Wave needed. They needed to make this game a swing for them, and they were able to do that. But it did come down to 2 points. Had they not have recapped that zone, it could have been all over for them. But no, they did just in time, and will mean that we get to see a game 4 out of these 2 teams. Oh my god.
Sorry, we're seeing Barnacle and Dime Clam Blitz again here. So, wow, okay. If there's anything that Cherry Wave definitely needs to take after this zones match is that space control is very effective. And if there's anything we've learned from seeing Barnacle and Dime in Clam Blitz in the past, it's you need to ensure that you have that sticking power. And part of sticking power is either ensuring that you have the numbers advantage or the space control. If there's not a lot of space, have more numbers. If you don't have a lot of numbers, ensure you have enough space to run away from. So
have an escape route.
Yeah, it's a 2-sided coin, if you will.
Indeed. Something that I will note, which is weird. I don't really like what this means, but as soon as Blanksy switched off of two screens, they lost. Which is I don't think that's the takeaway we need from this, but it does seem to be at least tangentially related. I will say a non-moving objective, which is the splat zones, does seem to favor them a little less, because they seem to work well with pushing up with the objective and then putting the screen down to push further and then putting a screen down to push further. That kind of kept Cherry Wave on their toes. And I'd wonder if now that we've got another the objective is mobile in the sense that the clams need to move, but the actual goal, you have to spend time in one place. So I'd be intrigued to see how that goes, and they are staying with that single screen coming into this game 4 of the set.
The thing with 2 screens is that it's a little bit volatile and a little bit risky when you could be running with, of course, the vanilla Gal kit, which is a Swiss Army knife and a half when it comes down to the shot class here. And already, Cherry Wave is taking mid by storm here, but already, Pelly's going down, gets no strikes for Cherry Wave here. In terms of the clam economy, it's only Blanksy is leading by a single clam, but if I've learned anything from seeing people play on this map, the clam economy can fluctuate just as much as the actual stock market here. And there it is, Cherry Wave immediately taking this clam lead with 11 and now 1 power clam laying in wait. So now it just depends on if they can get a potential push started. The tri-strikes have come out here, but Zonox has gone down! No! 2 has gone down, Pelly as well!
Oh my goodness, and Draco still keeping up the pressure, but decides keeping the power clam safe is a priority here. And that position was kind of a bit dicey because you were so close to the edge, and the last thing you want to do is drop a power clam off there. But yeah, already they're still kind of keeping this fight in neutral, trying to find the advantage here. And Cherry Wave continue to be in control of so many clams.
Being said though, there is 2 members down on Cherry Wave with Pelly, Zonox, and Draco going down as well. This could be the numbers advantage and perhaps the space advantage that Blanksy has been looking for here. Golda is 1 clam left from a football, and they have the soda ready to go here, and a screen as well. That being said, there's 2 members down, Pancake and the Gal going down in unison here, and we're right back to fighting it out in mid. Here comes an aerial splashdown from Pancake and getting rid of 2 members of Cherry Wave here, but once again, it just seems that no one is getting out of mid, sorry.
Yeah, it's like they get like an advantage, but it wasn't quite enough of one, or they're in the middle of doing something else on their way to that. But finally, Blanksy have the space to possibly push in, but Cherry Wave are definitely getting as much of that space back as quickly as possible, trying to mount quite the defense here and stop Blanksy from feeling like they can just walk in.
Exactly, so here they do have the power clam lying in wait here. It just depends on if they can find the means to get in. They're still pretty hesitant of moving in, and there's 3 members down! And there's 3 members down! The push is over before it could even begin, and they were so close to scoring. Sorry, we're halfway through the match, and no one has scored!
Yeah, no one has scored. We've seen power clams, we've seen them subsequently die, and we're back to fighting for neutral, folks. If this gets won because of a single power clam, oh my god. Sometimes you see games like that. They are not very often, though. But yeah, yet again, we're back into this fight for mid. Here comes some specials out from, I do believe, both sides here. There were lots coming from Blanksy. One player goes down on the side of Cherry Wave, but still, Cherry Wave does have presence on this mid, but not really anymore. That's 3 down.
3 down already. Blanksy is finally trying to find a space here. They will be getting rid of Zonox, and finally, within the final minute of the match, a power clam has hit the basket for Blanksy, and they managed to actually push it to a really good threshold. That's 60 threshold. That's definitely a good point to get to within your first push here. And wow, Cherry Wave need to make something work now that there's 40 seconds left here. They immediately toss the strikes here. All 4 members of Blanksy are still here, and there's 2 members down. The barrier's been broken. Zonox is shielded by the big bubble here, but no, they're going down too. And now Blanksy is just on cleanup, on damage control, trying to wait.
Yeah,
the clams from Pelly, There's a second power clam going in from base as well. There's more power clams being tossed from Pelly as well. There it is, the staying power. They finally find a way to make a very strong lasting push, and another power clam being built by Pelly to perhaps just secure an overtime. So now, overtime needs to be won over by Blank Z.
Indeed, they've got a long way to push and not very much time to get there. They have the power clam ready, and they've got 2 now, which will be very, very important for them as they are continuing to push up. Golda gets the basket open, but they're going to need more than a second power clam for this. Pancake's able to get it in. Hector's running in. Is it enough?
No! Herta's going down!
What's the Hydra?
It's only Pyro left, but Pyro's a Hydra! Pyro's not built! Hydra isn't built for... Hydra is unfortunately not built for plays like this! Pyro, no! And with that, overtime comes to a close, and you actually do get your wish, Zari. We're going to the tiebreaker!
We are. I wasn't expecting that at all, especially when that game was so stally. But here we are, Cherry Wave poised and ready to fight for this reverse sweep. Blank Z knows this is their last chance to finish this in their favor, especially after those 2 games. What is this? Why is it as soon as they drop the second screen, they lose? But also, it's been so close. That came down to what was it? Well, they'd have needed 2 clams to win that.
Well,
no, 1 would have got them to the threshold. They needed to get over it, so it would have been 2 clams.
Yeah,
and then in game 3, it came down to what 3 ticks, right? 3 ticks they were missing. So, oh my goodness.
It was just very, very down to the wire overtime matches these past 2 games have been, but it's showing that Cherry Wave is very good, just maintaining their cool under the pressure of it all, managing to at least play that damage control very effectively, cleaning up the scene. And here it is. This one is for all the marbles. The winner of this match will be going into winner's bracket semis. So let's see what we have to offer. They won't be going double screen. They're sticking with... Yeah! Oh, wait. Okay, so we're seeing the return of a Rapid Blaster Pro as well from CC here. Draco going right back to NZAP. I knew they weren't on Splash the entire time, so no more Crab. We're seeing... I forgot what Rapid Blaster Pro had as its special, but we're also seeing the frontline cooler come out from Draco. So this is it. Game 5.
Game 5, it all comes down to this, and at the moment they're just trying to find the first pick, and it goes in the favor of Cherry Wave. They get the Rainmaker immediately, but they cannot get it pushed up as it goes down pretty much as soon as that wall goes down as well.
Yeah, exactly.
They're still fighting out of that the shield there, able to grab the Rainmaker and get it to the first checkpoint.
There's that first break that Cherry Wave has been looking for. At least they are within that advantage, but right now they are faced with the bottleneck of all time, the humpback choke point here. And I call it the humpback bottleneck for a reason. It is just hard to break out of it here. And right now Blanksy is right back in control of Rainmaker and trying to clean up any more straggling members of Cherry Wave, getting rid of Zunox over there, and now they're eyeing that first checkpoint with intent, getting rid of Pelly. That's no tri-strikes for Cherry Wave here. The screen is already up as well, and there's that first barrier break that Blanksy has been looking for, and the bubble pop, and now they're faced with the bottleneck, and they're really hesitant to start moving.
Yes, indeed they are. They want to get an advantage before they try and push through, and maybe that advantage... Oh! It reset! It reset! Never mind! The screen was used, and screen will not do very much for them. It pushed Cherry Wave so far back as well, but they couldn't push with it. Oh, that's so unfortunate.
Wait.
Oh my god.
But there's 2 members down on Cherry Wave. If anything, Zari, they could still find their footing here, but not before they go down here, not even breaking through the bottleneck.
No, they are still stuck there. I will also mention that this has been a very different game from what we had in the first Rainmaker game of this set, where we did not get either checkpoint cleared until over halfway through. So this is very different. Blank Z almost entirely back in their spawn after that triple, but immediately the Rainmaker goes down. Bottleneck happens again.
Being held at the bottleneck, it's the choke point of all time here. Unless maybe one team goes down the alternative flank route here, it could still prove difficult to break out of that first bottleneck. Already, Pyro has the screen ready to go here. They need to make sure that they use it at an opportune moment, lest it gets wasted on a reset again here. And already, the Gal's going down, Pelly's going down, though, in a trade here. I think the Rainmaker is eyeing that bottleneck as well. Pancake is almost at splashdown. That's good for clearing out space. The screen has been deployed, but it doesn't look like anyone from Blank Z is moving the Rainmaker any bit past that ledge here. So I think once again that screen not getting a lot of value here.
Oh, Zunix pushes past the objective, trying to find a pick there, but that's two down on the side of Cherry Wave. The Rainmaker is pushing up. But are they going to be able to get through this bottleneck? So many bombs going down. Got a pinky toe out of it, but not enough. Blank Z able to pop it again with the splash down, but it doesn't get them very far.
Very far? There's a 1-point differential, Zari.
Oh, never
and
mind!
Screen.
Oh, I didn't
down on Cherry Wave, and there it is. Blank Z pushes the lead from 40 to 36, securing them the lead at least here. There's 40 seconds left on the clock here. Blank Z still trying to get more points on the board, pushing it to 35. Do they know that Pancake is there? Wait, I think they do. Pancake's being forced to jump out here, and now Cherry Wave has 30 seconds left on the clock to get this Rainmaker.
Yep, they need to get to 34. That's not undoable, but they will be going through a screen, no doubt. And there is a splashdown sitting ready.
Oh, yeah. There's splashdown, there's Whale here. But if anything, Cherry Wave is trying to get through that bottleneck with Zunox being the herald. But here comes the splashdown from Pancake, and there it is. Draco has gone down. The screen has been deployed by Pyro. And with a wipeout to their name, Blank Z, after enduring 2 losses from Cherry Wave, will pick up the pieces and win the set here, dropping Cherry Wave down into the losers bracket. They have their tickets to semis punched here. They will be going up, whoever wins, against Hello Kitty and Friends, Seed 1, and Yippee! They also went to Game 5. If Yippee wins, upset of all time.
That's insane. That's insane. Okay, yeah, top seed have been having to fight their way to stay in this bracket. All right, you don't see that every paddling pool, so fair play. I will be very intrigued to see who wins that tiebreaker. But I do believe our next set are possibly ready to get into a lobby. So we're going to go to another very short break as we set that all up for you. But yeah, just, I don't know, think about the matches you just saw, because I'm still reeling.
Wow. Oh, we're just getting some info from chat. Hello Kitty and Friends, I think, cinched that last tower control game here. They're going up against Blank Z, but still, Yippee has just been on a showcase of a run.
And Hello Kitty, they are not infallible.
Well, yeah, they're not infallible. They've got Ant, Devin, Phoenix, Seb, Kiki, Silver, Crowny, and Slurpcat, who isn't even here. But unfortunately, we're not casting 4.1, The Return of Blanks, and Hello Kitty and Friends. We're going to the other side of bracket, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
Yeah.
We're going to see Tantrum RX versus S Blast before the nerf, I think that is. So yet again, going to a short break. We will be back soon with semis. So do not be going anywhere. Welcome back, everyone. I told you it would not take long to be back onto this again. And here we are, getting ready to get into our semis here. Tantrum RX versus S-Blast before the nerf. RIP that heart.
S-Blast is definitely, if you have read the patch notes, S-Blast, I'm not sure if it's if it's a gutting nerf, like, if it's like, yeah, if it's like getting like totally getting just destroyed in all aspects, from the burst bomb to the booyah bomb to its like inefficiency to its jumping shot accuracy or something. It just depends. But what is in store for us is another evenly matched set, seed 2 and seed 3 in semifinals here. So we said this during the break, we're still reeling after that Clam Blitz match from last set, and wouldn't you know it, Game 1 will be on the very same map it took place on, perhaps the only map we've seen Clam Blitz on, Barnacle and Dime, unless we go to Game 5 of this set, which we'll see Clam Blitz on Scorch Gorge.
Our tiebreaker for the set if we get that far. But yeah, so back to apparently the Clam Blitz map we go. Yet again, can be a lockout. Not what we've been seeing as much, at least today, where these teams are finding their way back out of disadvantageous positions and able to at least get some clams in the basket, regardless of if it's like a retaliation kind of push. But yeah, so definitely I don't see these teams ending up in a situation where they are completely stuck in, like, I don't see a lockout happening, but I would imagine that one of these teams is going to have some insane pushes going on. So I look forward to see what we're going to be getting weapons wise from these teams, because we've just come from whatever that was. Still Hydra just never see it.
Hydra and 52 Deco for at least the first 2 matches of the game.
Mm-hmm.
So still reeling off of that, so I guess it just depends on what we're seeing. I mean, we're seeing, of course, some familiar names. Well, I'm seeing familiar names on S-Blast before the nerf. Of course, Bake is present, Alwo is present as well. So Buns is present as well from LeBron and the Lakers and Cell. Jasmine is present on... It's another instance of just an Avengers collection of weekly warriors. I think the same thing can be said, actually, for Tantrum RX.
Yes, these teams are seeded second and third for a reason, and that's why I'm even more hyped to see them duke it out here in semis. Like, one of these teams is making it to the finals, but these 5 games, possibly 5 that we'll see, are going to decide who gets their ticket to the finals and who's going to have to fight tooth and nail to get back out of losers. Like, ooh, all right. Let's see what we've got here. I want to know what these guys are playing and how that's going to kind of measure up against the other team. Yeah, just, I want to know.
I think it just depends here. Tantrum RX has at least a much bigger roster than S-Blast before the nerf, sporting at least one more person to potentially sub in. Star couldn't make it, apparently, but that's all right here. So if there's anything, of course, that we constantly have to maybe have to discuss about when it comes to Clam Blitz on, I say museum. Why do I always think this is museum? On Barnacle and Dime is SP staying power, just making sure that your pushes are worthwhile. It's not just one power clam and nada. We saw perhaps the consequences of that with Blank Z and Cherry Wave.
Yep, you need to make sure that when you're making a push, you're not just going to have a power clam and get wiped, because that is almost never worth it, right? The only time that's worth it is if it's in overtime and that wins you the game. Otherwise, get something else in that basket, right? Anything more than a single power clam is infinitely more helpful than just that single power clam. So, that staying power, especially in Barnacle and Dime, where you can get, like, even if you don't get locked in spawn, like the team can delay your like walk into mid quite a bit. So you just have to get as much as you can in the when you have the opportunity, right? That's incredibly important on Barnacle and Dime.
What like makes those like really potent pushes happen is how well you play the early game out. How well can you collect those clams, at least compile them all, make sure that you can have at least, if you can have, like, I mean, if you can have 2 power clams, what the hell, man, go for it. But 2 power clam pushes like at the start of the game is a miracle. If I see that happen, I'm going to the convenience store and getting a lottery ticket. So it just depends on how well they play that early game out. If you can secure, it's like I think I said earlier that those two sides of the same coin, either the space advantage or the numbers advantage. If you don't have the numbers advantage, try to at least get that escape route or just have that control of the space in your presence. At least that way the enemy team doesn't have enough space to reclaim. Or if there's not a lot of space, try to find a way to get, at least make sure that you at least have the numbers advantage so that you could just take back that space with the amount of people on your side.
Yes, indeed. Oh, it is just important. Like, whenever you have that neutral at the beginning of the game, it is incredibly important to get that clam economy in your favor as soon as possible, but not overextend in the name of clams, right? You need to get those clams, but if you're dead, then those clams aren't yours anymore. So you need to be careful about that and kind of continuing to kind of consolidate space and hold it, even if you're not at the point where you can kind of push up. If you have clams and space, then you're way more likely to be able to get the right opportunity and be able to push, right? Both of those things are necessary, or else you cannot get near that basket without getting one of them first. So yeah, it depends on that and on the number advantage as to how long and how difficult it is for you to get to that basket and even start earning like points on the board.
I think like one thing that I've been seeing not like often, but a fair bit amount on Clamblitz. I said it again, Clamblitz Museum, not Clamblitz Museum. What I see on Clamblitz Barnacle is that teams, it's like you said, teams tend to overextend in the name of clams. So it like you just have to make sure that you are just playing things smart as we go finally into the game. Let's just see what we have to offer. Flower, of course, sporting that Luna Neo. I think that's what I see Flower on a lot here. Bake is, of course, holding down the line with that Pencil Hog Rider up with the Golden Nautilus. And, of course, S-Blast before the nerf cannot pay homage to their favorite weapon without at least having one person on it.
Yes, indeed. If they had not have, then we would have rioted, I do believe. I think that was the plan. But yeah, at the moment, S-Blast before the nerf able to get the advantage here. They Allo does push up, and they had Luna on there running after them, but they do end up getting taken out. Yeah, Tantrum RX just getting kind of rinsed at the moment. But they are able to get back out of their spawn and take space again, mounting a bit of a defense of what S-Blast was trying to get going on.
So here, it's another instance of that kind of overextending in the sake of clams here. Flower is trying to get a push going onto the platform. At least Bake and Jasmine have gone down here. Tantrum RX is juiced up on Soda here, but now they need to funnel their clams into Stara. Stara does have a clam in their back pocket here, but they're being fired off by that crab tank from Allo here. Bake is just having an eagle eye. Stara is just very hesitant to go on. Sky's accompanying them here. Tantrum RX doesn't really have a lot of specials. Star is almost at the bucket, but there's 2 members down here! I'm not sure if Tantrum RX can get this push going once again, stopped before it can even begin.
Indeed, and that is 2 players going down, 3 players going down on S-Blast, actually. This is the comeback that they needed to get that power clam in the basket, but there's a lot of them still in mid.
Wait, at least though, I think Star finally managed to get that first power clam into the basket for Tantrum RX here, and they actually build a second power clam in the hands of Sky. That being said though, if S-Blast before the nerf can execute a really strong and lasting push here, that lead can immediately be stolen. But Tantrum RX is upping the ante on the defense with those tri-strikes and with the amount of range that they do have. But N has gone down here. Izuka is ready on the side of Star, but Owl is pushing out Sky. Sky's going down, and that's a jump being camped as well here. Say goodbye to N as well, and the barrier's been broken here. That being said, will anyone throw clams in?
Yeah, they need to put more in the basket or this will not be lead. Yet again, just a power clam. Guys, just a power clam.
What? This is so intriguing. Sorry, man. What the... This is intriguing.
Yep, we are back to that neutral kind of play. 2 down on both sides, keeping it well within the bounds of mid, meaning that neither team can really do that much. And able to get a pick there and get Alwo kind of low. There we go. There's the follow-up. So that's 2 down on the side of S-Blast, but 1 does end up, 2 end up going down for Tantrum actually. So that evens the playing field and yet again keeps us in this kind of neutral phase.
Not getting out of mid. GTA 6 will be coming out before a team breaks out of mid. That being said, with the Booyah Bomb coming out from Jasmine here, this could be the opening that S-Blast needs. That being said, Hog Rider has gone down, but the Alwo's Crab is at least securing Bake, the cover fire, and at least will secure the lead for S-Blast before the nerf. Bake has 2 more clams in their back pocket. They're throwing both of those clams in, securing their push to 62. That's the threshold that you want to be reaching here. That being said, there's now almost 1 minute left for Tantrum RX to take back this lead. And with at least the space of mid within their grasp, this could be possible.
Yes, that does give them the opportunity to kind of be at a good position pushing in here. The backline on the side of S-Blast has gone down, and with the strikes they should be able to push up, but the Luna ends up dying, losing I think a decent chunk of clams, but they get the power clam in, but there's 1 player left here and they weren't able to do enough to get lead. Oh, that's so unfortunate. We're into the last 30 seconds, but Tantrum still has a pity and they've just given S-Blast 1 too. So it really comes down to who gets this push.
Already S-Blast before the nerf are pushed all the way up. They're piling all their power clams into Hog Rider. Alwo has 7 clams of their own that they are throwing in uninterrupted here, pushing their lead to 35 within the last 10 seconds here, and it is now looking like Tantrum RX needs to make this push work until overtime with the pity clam being picked up here. The shot has gone down here, and now overtime has begun. The Flower has the Ultra Stamp equipped here. They're being a little bit chipped out by these bombs here. I think, no, Jasmine's going down. Actually, that's at least a step in the right direction for Tantrum RX here. The strikes have come out as well. Flower's trying to make a move on. They will be able to get rid of Alwo in a trade, but N won't be able to score it. No!
No! They just ran out of time and they were not able to get that power clam in the basket. Very, very unfortunate for Tantrum RX there. They had the tools in their toolkit, but just not the time to execute a plan and get that power clam in right when they needed it. Oh, that's unfortunate, but does mean that S-Blast before the nerf takes game 1.
That could potentially be the last time that we see Clam Blitz on Barnacle and Dime. We've seen it 3 times. 3!
3 out of our 4 sets.
And every single time, it has been a fight in mid that no one could barely break out of. Man, some really interesting games on Barnacle and Dime today here. And we're going to another familiar map on an unfamiliar mode. We're seeing the return of Mako Mart on Splat Zones here. And we didn't get a lot of time to talk about, I guess, the whole shtick with Mako Mart. But I think when it comes down to this map, on all modes, securing that high ground, wherever it be, is perhaps a good thing to do. Specifically within zones, those stacks. Those are obviously a keystone aspect that you need to, of course, keep control of.
They are crucial, and important to note, blasters like the Luna and the S-Blast can do a lot of damage from like ground level to those stacks, and whoever's trying to hold them, there is the ability to get kills out of line of sight of the person you're trying to kill. So it really can work well. Now, given those blasters aren't always the best at painting zones, so they're not like, you do need to kind of make up for that when you're playing splat zones. But if your enemies are dead, then they're not fighting you for it. So that's always a positive. But yeah, because of kind of the small nature of Mako Mart and how you kind of drop into it, like those shorter range weapons as well can have a lot of impact on Mako Mart specifically. Like it works well for those weapons that can hold space and kind of shoot over ledges, like blasters and buckets. They have a lot of fun here, so I'd be intrigued to see. I wouldn't expect the blasters to change, especially not S-Blast. Like, it's in the name.
Yeah, even Flower. I've seen Flower on that Luna Neo like all the time. Like, every time that I see them on stream, they've got that Luna Neo on lock, and they're potentially, it could be a little bit more useful on a mode like zones that is just so intensive on making sure that the enemy team is just out of your business here. And of course, even if this maybe isn't a stamp friendly zone, who's to say that you can't just throw it? So
yep.
Yeah.
Normally at the back line.
Yeah, Bake, count your days, apparently.
Yes, there's a hammer with your name on it, and it is aimed squarely at your forehead. So be careful. But yeah, it really kind of comes down to who's able to hold the space better, able to kind of camp those ledges, stop the other team from walking in for free. Like those are the important things, especially on Mako Mart, where it doesn't take time. Like, it doesn't take much for you to get to that zone. It's quite hard to lock out because there's a lot of things to drop. Like, you can drop into mid along a lot of different like ledges, or towards it at least. So it can be difficult to hold them out. But yeah, I'd be intrigued to see if there were any changes. I don't think that they would be wholly necessary, especially like with the likes of the Nautilus. I'd say that would be another really good pick to just hold space and get a lot of paint on the board quickly. Like, it's still a Splatling. It can still output a lot, and it's got that mobility and the special to kind of say you move or you die, right? You get out of here or you're dead now. So yeah, I think these teams, with the way they're at, I think they definitely keep the comps they've got going on. And we're gonna see how that works for them coming into this second game of the set.
What is in store on the side of Tantrum RX? We're seeing, is it 52? Paintbrush! Wait, where's the S-Blast? Where's the S-Blast, guys?
Guys, where's the S-Blast? But we also have a 96!
Yeah, no, I forgot about. I didn't even notice that 96 in the hands of Flower here. So maybe I was wrong about Flower sticking with that Luna Neo here. No blaster here. And already S-Blast before the nerf apparently doesn't even need the S-Blast right now, as they will secure 3 picks and perhaps a delayed wipe on Tantrum RX, securing 2 more picks. Alwo just fighting on all stages of this map, like the Swiss Army knife that Alwo is here. And they're trying to move out of that 70 threshold into the 60s. They go here, but Tantrum RX is starting to find their footing with the tri-strikes here, and with the whale being ready from S as well.
Indeed. Tantrum able to get the zone, get a pick, and kind of, try and tidy up, but Jasmine back, kind of just sharking it out, works out for them, and does kind of let S-Blast get back onto the zone and cover it, at least to add a little bit of penalty points. It is not every day, might I say, that you see anything with that special. I can't even It's been a long time since I've seen that actually. But anyway, back to what's actually happening. Still Tantrum RX able to hold that zone and get through the penalty points, working on their actual points now, and continuing to just deny Tantrum from walking up.
Yeah, Splash Before the Nerf is just making good use of what they have, even when they don't have those like staple AoE weapons like the bucket and the blaster here. Somehow they're making they're just making the most out of it with Paintbrush actually here. But here come the Tri-Strikes and the Kraken from Tantrum RX, putting the zone into neutral for just a second right before S-Blast Before the Nerf, recapping it right away. And Hog Rider over here does have the trip splash, the triple splashdown as well. And here it comes, will this cap it? There isn't enough time for Tantrum RX to stop what was coming here. Wow, really? Man, S-Blast Before the Nerf apparently didn't need the S-Blast in the first place here. I think they're already like playing it out as if the patch has already happened.
Yes, I think this is what we'll be seeing a lot more of from them after said patch occurs. But oh my goodness, that was so incredibly dominant from them. There was a bit of back and forth at the beginning, but then, and I suppose Tantrum RX did have that moment of reprieve nearer the middle, but then just the rest of it was just in S-Blast's favor and holding that space, holding that zone. And that's how you get a knockout, right? That's exactly how you do it. Puts them on match point, though.
Let's put them at match point here. So Blank Z has. Wait, why did I say Blank Z? Why did I? Because like my stream, I was on the stream window on actually Twitch. Tantrum RX have a very long way to go. But speaking of the Blank Z and Cherry Wave set, we did see Cherry Wave retaliate within the next two games, so anything could be possible on the side of Tantrum RX as we return to the straightest map that is in Hagglefish Market on tower control. We've seen this before. We've seen this on tower control and on zones, so this is once again the third time we've seen Hagglefish Market.
Indeed, what a set of games we've been seeing today. I would very much push for us to get at least a game 4. Please, Tantrum. At least a game 4. Oh, a map we have not seen, please. But you can never... It's never guaranteed either way. But important to note, a reverse sweep is always possible until the match is over, right? Until the set's over, it could always turn around. So Tantrum, they have 3 games that they need to take, and S-Blast has 2 games they can lose and still keep this in their favor. So it all comes down to what's gonna happen on Hagglefish Tower Control, I do believe.
I think like what I'm kind of interested in is that we see Jasmine. They were pretty versatile over these last 2 games, going from, of course, the mascot S-Blast switching up to Paintbrush, the one with missiles. Wait, whoa! Someone's gone.
Yeah, we are missing a player. All right, this is not going to be played. Okay. There we go. We are certainly going to be waiting a little bit as everyone gets back and ready again. But yeah, I was like, oh yeah, wait, those aren't 8 players anymore.
we're missing Buns. Where'd Hog Rider go? So
yeah,
this depends. That being said, what we did see from both teams was that I think we saw S on the side of Tantrum RX switch to Stamper. That's the first comp switch, or the first weapon switch that we've seen from Tantrum RX, and we saw Jasmine right back onto S-Blast. And see, I was about to say before that match started that I could see a case for that Paintbrush pick staying, because like, you know, like
I'm not sure about that. It's still blaster control, tower control, let's be real.
Yeah, it is still blaster control, and with it being, of course, S-Blast, it's, you know, before the nerf, it is, of course, S-Blast before the nerf, it is another Swiss Army weapon. We're actually getting some details that Buns is actually being subbed out, so we're seeing someone new on the side of S-Blast before the nerf, someone that isn't on their roster, so, wow, who could they call on this time?
Indeed, but that might take a little bit longer for them to get that sub into the lobby. So we do have a little bit more time to kind of like talk around this as we wait for that player to join. But yes, I am as intrigued as you are to see who we're going to be getting here. But yeah, that as you were saying, that does mean they aren't going to have the Nautilus, correct?
Well, yeah, no, they are missing buns, so they won't have that Nautilus. So, well, well, Nautilus is of course pretty versatile on its own end. It's like you were talking a lot about within that zones match, able to hold space and also just apply pressure on its end. And of course, it has the panic button at its disposal, not only to clear people off of tower, but also clear a potential little clear out a path within Haggle, simply just because it's just very close quarters in general. So I guess we'll just have to see. It's like, who could they bring out? Who could they possibly bring out? Because on Sendo, S-Blast before the nerf doesn't have any other members outside of it only has 4 members on their pickups roster. So who is it? Who's that sub?
Yes, we are very, very intrigued to know who's going to be subbing in, especially at such a pivotal moment in this set, right? Like, they have taken 2 games, they need to take 1 more. I suppose it's not, like, if S+ before the nerf aren't able to kind of, like, work out, like, figure everything out in time, for this first game, like, they do have games to burn that they can still come back from, if you know what I mean. If this sub in, like, they're not quite ready, if you, like, I don't know really how to put this, but they have time to figure out if this sub isn't, like, a direct fit into their composition.
Yeah, definitely so here. Yeah, you said at, like, it's not just that, though, but Tantrum RX also, like, if the sub could be a little bit shaky on the side of S-Blast before the nerf, it could potentially give Tantrum RX that momentum that they're looking for. So it feels like maybe a total reset in a sense. And a total reset to happen on potentially the last game of the set, too.
It's certainly something to occur. I feel for S-Blast, because they had their momentum. They've done so well these past 2 games, and now with everything kind of like stalling out a little bit as they sort this all out, like they are gonna, both sides are gonna kind of cool down a little bit before they get into this 3rd game of the set, when this is kind of, they should be continuing to kind of go from strength to strength. So yeah, I just, who are they subbing in? I want to know.
Yeah, I think the last time a team brought in a mystery sub, it was Bake of all. It was Bake who is already here to begin with. So I feel like that one Smash meme. It's like, who else could they add?
Yeah, exactly. It is important to note that we do have the ability, like, there are subs kind of, maybe not on standby, because I'd imagine by this point you'd probably think that the teams are probably fine, they don't need an extra player, but there are subs available, at least by the looks of things. There seems to be like 16 of them, so they definitely have someone. They figured that out, but the question becomes, how long is it going to take for them to get them into the lobby and to get this game 3 started? That is the question.
Speaking of game 3s, though, Hello Kitty and friends have cinched out a 3-0 sweep against Blank Z, securing their spot in winners bracket finals here. So whoever wins, well, if S-Blast before the nerf wins, of course, they have they do have an upset in their hand, and their work cut out for them.
Yes, indeed. I'm still just kind of, that's so weird. So they 3-0 sweeped Blank Z, but then went to tiebreakers twice with other teams prior. That's so
Insane,
all right.
yeah.
Yeah, insane, but we do not we cannot understand because we did not see it. I want to know. But anyway, let us see where we're going. Okay, so
You got out funny. I see.
funny, indeed.
And funny is bringing out Splash for S-Blast before the nerf. So we're switching out a versatile little weapon to another Swiss Army knife. So understandable play. Switch up for S-Blast before the nerf as we finally get into game 3 here. Already Funny's going down. Cannot catch a break right now. Flower's going down though as well here. Once again, an all-out brawl here on mid. Bake's being sniped out. Same thing with Sky, the pencil on Tantrum RX here. Members are dropping left and right, but Jasmine has stepped onto that tower, and the push is beginning. And well, with only Jasmine and Funny on the scene right now, things could prove testy, especially with those strikes coming in.
Ooh! That was a very nice blaster shot there from Jasmine. And the tower continues to move, even though there's 2 down on the side of S-Blast. They are keeping that alive as much as possible. Jasmine holding back Flower, trying to just keep that space on the left as the tower continues towards that second checkpoint.
And they are at that second checkpoint. Their timer is ticking down here, and they are past it now. Funny has popped the crab, firing off onto Sky and the rest of the backline. The tri-strikes have come out from Tantrum RX here. S-Blast before the nerf is very close to this knockout here, but S's Spatana Stamper will be able to secure 2 picks. It's only Albo left here, and no, Albo's going down here. That's a wipeout for Tantrum RX, and that's definitely what they needed to pull off, considering how close S-Blast before the nerf was to that knockout.
Yes, that getting to that 16 mark. Also, almost getting through, well, I suppose not quite through that 3rd checkpoint, but getting through that 3rd checkpoint on your first push of, first proper push of the game is kind of incredible. But what is happening? Funny! Funny!
What? Funny is hot off the presses of joining the pickup and has secured a 4K. Talk about making an entrance here, and they are posted up. They're going again! Getting the Flower and S here. Wow, talk about an entrance here as S-Blast before the nerf is already at checkpoint 3.
Oh my goodness, and they are through it. 2v2 at the moment. Tantrum RX trying to get as much done as possible, but that will be the end of that push for S-Blast, and Tantrum RX holding on by the skin of their teeth, able to get this tower out of their spawn, but only for now.
There's going to be around 2 minutes left on the clock for Tantrum RX to practically get a knockout. They need to win if they want to win. Here comes Flower with that Ultra Stamp, sending it through the lanes on the flank here. There is 2 members down on S-Blast before the nerf, but also 2 members down on Tantrum RX here. And S-Blast is already right back on that tower. S is trying to get that intercept here, eyeing Alwo, eyeing Funny, but they are going to be down to a stray bomb from Alwo. And Alwo is cheesing out those ledges with that slosher here, holding it into mid, not allowing Tantrum RX to get out of it.
Oh my god, it's still so incredibly painted purple in mid there. It does seem like S-Blast is finally getting that control back, and they're pushing up even further. Jasmine getting another pick, and that is 2 down on the side of Tantrum. 3 down actually, as yet again Tantrum's back in their spawn, stuck as the tower approaches the goal.
They really just need to get to that final checkpoint. And Funny laying down the firepower. Alvo on that tower, securing the knockout. And not just for this tower control, but also for the set here. Funny coming in clutch for S-Blast before the nerf right in the final hour, securing the win and their ticket for Winners Bracket Finals. That is technically an upset.
technically, but only by one seed. So, close enough. But yeah, what a set here. It did drag out a little bit as we were trying to get that sub, but S-Blast absolutely showing why they are here in the semis and that they were not giving Tantrum any room to kind of push this to any further than that third game.
Yeah, no need to go to Undertow.
Undertow.
Oh wow, we could have seen Undertow. Oh,
Yeah.
you could have seen Undertow. That's all right. Anyways, wow, at least we got one more showcase of Prime S Blast before it gets shot down in the street. So
Nintendo, the other side of that sniper rifle. But yeah, truly, truly, what a set, and does set S-Blast before the nerf up to fight Hello Kitty and friends in the final. That being said, we are not going to be your commentators for that. We are going to be handing over to two other commentators now, because this is the end of our block. So before we do that, and before we go to a break, Frostix, where can the good people find you?
of course, the good people of Twitch chat can find me at Blue Sky. You see below Frostix, bluesky.social. You can also find me on Twitter at TK_Frostix. And if you want to support some of my own personal work, you could totally read my web novel Gap here on Wattpad. I swear it's worth your time. I do not want to get sidetracked, however. Zari, where could the good people find you?
They can find me at Zarny on Blue Sky, SPL Zarny on Twitter, and Zarny on Twitch, where we don't just play Splatoon, we play lots of games. But absolutely, this has been so much fun. We've had hella sets from these teams today. It's been very, very enjoyable. And as always, Frostix, every time I commentate with you, it is so much fun.
Yep, of course, the dynamic duo of sorry, I'm picking I'm picking the next two commentators. But of course, this has been me and Zari, the dynamic duo of Paddling Pool Block 1. You will be hearing from Ezio and Fufu next up in Winners Bracket Finals. So of course, don't go anywhere. Paddling Pool will be back.
Hello, hello. We are back here with a brand new set of commentators. We have your winners finals match up and ready for you guys with Hello Kitty and Friends versus S Blast before the nerf. They only got so much time. I am joined here by the lovely Ezio. Do say hello.
Hi, everybody. And Fufu never actually said their name, so Fufu, say hi.
Hello, hello. I am Fufu.
You gotta introduce yourself to the crowd, you know?
My goodness, my goodness. You are at me today. I just got here. I just got back to the mic. And I'm getting frame one.
I know. But we are, as Fufu mentioned, we are going into Winners Bracket Finals. And we are going to be starting off with Barnacle and Dime Clam Blitz. What do you think about this map, Fufu?
Ooh, I have some words about this one. I actually kind of like this map. It's very, again, that's a little bit of charger bias coming from my end in terms of this map. Maybe not everyone's favorite. It's definitely a lot more of a linear map. And the main thing is it gets really nasty on lockout. Barnacle and Dime is just one of those maps where retake gets a little bit silly and can be a little bit difficult to pull off. But I've also seen maps go 0-100. It's Clam Blitz. Anything can happen. It's like, I don't know. It just happens.
Yeah, Clam Blitz can be very lopsided, or it could take forever. As we previously saw in the last set, that the game took 4 minutes before anyone scored. Or it's Barnacle and Dime, and we could have a Barnacle and Dime moment where it ends up that you KO in the first minute. So
That's literally it. Like,
it's very lockout heavy.
Oh no, absolutely. It's very similar to like its sister mode of Rainmaker. It's like what are we playing? Are we playing Rainmaker or are we playing Clam Blitz? Throw the clams in the basket. It's definitely one of those modes that take everything you learn about the game and put it all into one. It's like every aspect you learn, the turf, the team play, just literally everything. It tests all of that into one mode. And I don't know. I think it's very entertaining to watch when the teams are very close. But of course, there is the option of large stalemates or real swift snowballs.
I think the large stalemates are also very interesting to watch because you get to see how a team breaks out of this stalemate. Do they go for specials? Do they try to mechanically diff the other team? Or do they just like shark it out? There's multiple options in a stalemate, so having a stalemate is a very good way to figure out what to do. But we are going into game one, Fufu.
Yes, we are. And I'm seeing all those badges. I'm getting a little bit excited. I actually see leader on the badges, so I'm kind of like, ooh, someone wants to bring out an E-leader so bad. No, it's a pencil.
H3.
It's okay. They're what? There's an H. Oh, H3 believers are having a great day right now.
I am an H3 believer. Okay. We do see H3, S-Blast, and Slosher edit on the side of Hello Kitty and Friends, which is a very unusual comp, but we do see the standard comp from S-Blast before the nerf here. We do see the cooler being popped from both sides to go down on the side of Hello Kitty, and it looks to be that S-Blast before the nerf is going to be able to push up into mid here, trying to get the snipe area, forcing people to jump out. That is 2 people out, 3 people out on the side of Hello Kitty and Friends. This is the very start of that lockout we were talking about that can happen here. And S-Plus before the nerf managing to score right away, so we will not be waiting 4 minutes for the first push.
In fact, we had less than a minute to see this come through, and oh my goodness, continuing to put clams into the basket here as Blast before the nerf is just showing their strength as they just continue to pick members off of Hello Kitty and Friends, and the points are now down to below 50. And I love where Jasmine is right now, just under the ledge, being an absolute menace. The clams are slowly trickling into the basket still. Looks like it's close to closing. Never mind, clams continue to trickle in. Hello Kitty and Friends finding 3 of them into this pit, and they just keep going down. This basket remains open. Maybe not for... Nope, it's still open!
S-Plus before the nerf is doing a very good job of staggering their clams to where they can keep the basket open for a long period of time, but it seems to be that their push is now dead, even though they have the paint area and advantage of numbers and specials. It seems to be that they're gearing up for another push with that Booyah Bomb being popped from Jasmine there. Managing to get 2 down on the side of Hello Kitty and Friends. That is actually a wipeout there. S-Plus before the nerf is really locking out heavy here. They only have 10 ticks remaining from that penalty, and then they'll be able to start getting some points down on the actual board here. Cooler being popped to continue that push.
Yeah, it's not going to take very long here, but unfortunately, that is S-Plus before the nerf, losing most of their members here, quickly ending that push. Hello Kitty and friends now finding themselves an opportunity to get themselves on the field right here. Just as long as they can prevent themselves from getting picked off, they might have the chance to score themselves here. But with members going down on each side and strikes coming out from S-Plus before the nerf, it's going to put a little bit of a stall. Billie Jean is beefing with the crab. That is what we're seeing right now, as a matter of fact. There's some beefing happening on the side, and I don't know who's winning this fight. It could be any one of these two. It's going to be funny.
Just a little bit of a fight there on the left side to try and, you know, get the left side. And it seemed to be that S-Plus before the nerf ended up winning that, but it looks like they're going to finally be able to take mid on the side of Hello Kitty and friends. Going to start being able to gear up for another push as they're starting to get some specials ready for
Yeah, getting those specials ready is going to be incredibly important for these pushes here, especially because especially for the nerf, like we've just been seeing them be so aggressive throughout this entire fight here, and Hello Kitty and friends is already being forced to move back. It almost seems that if they're not moving quick enough, they are going to get, you know, fought by S-Plus for the nerf. But before I actually say anything, S-Plus for the nerf is actually losing members right now. Hello Kitty and friends might just be seeing the opportunity to actually put some points on the board as the turf continues to turn blue, and they slowly keep inching towards the basket. Is it going to happen or not?
Oh, but 3 go down on the side of S-Plus before the nerf. Make that 4 a little bit of a stagger on the side of S-Plus before the nerf. They do prevent a little quick score here, but unfortunately for them, they do get another score, and strikes being popped a continuation, that push here. They do have another power clam going in, and that is 2 down on the side of Hello Kitty and friends, though. They aren't able to get much clams back in. They do try to get lead, unfortunately do not quite get lead, and that is S-Plus before the nerf being able to stop that push, allowing them to take back into mid and go for another retake.
My goodness, what a stop. That is quite literally a 1 clam away from lead type push. We blinked and Hello Kitty and friends was able to get those 3 power clams in, but before I get too much into that, we are already seeing S-Plus before the nerf coming in with another power clam into the basket here to try and just flat out knock this out, bringing that score down to 2. It just takes 1 more clam and that is it. S-Plus and friends said, you fight back, we're gonna bite back stronger. So, and just took it straight home to a knockout, taking home this first match of a potential 5.
Yep, as you mentioned, it is best of 5. So it could go to 5 games.
It could. Who knows?
It could. But for game 1, the winner is S-Plus before the nerf.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff. I don't know. Just the control that S-Plus before the nerf was able to show, you know, the chaining of their specials, just deciding when it is at the right time to go in and not. It was their flexibility to just engage and disengage was really nice to see in execution. There's not a lot of games where you see a team hold that much control. So I was very excited to just watch that unfold in front of my eyes.
Yeah, it was very fun to see the back and forths and the very quick pace. That's what top level's all about. It's the very quick pace gameplay, having to keep track of everything and anything, especially for a map like Barnacle. But speaking of maps, we're going into Robo Ramen Flat Zones.
Oh, I love this map. I love this map. This is the map that I consider rated E for everyone. There are flanks for you. The middle here, especially zones that, you know, your anchors will love to be able to have that overview of zone. They're going to be having a time. Pencil players rise up, I guess. You guys have Sprinkler, yeah. I guess. Have fun. And of course, those flank routes for everyone else to be a little bit whimsical with. What are your thoughts, Ezio?
You just mentioned pencil player. So I like that there is a lot of areas to move around, especially as you mentioned, the flanks, especially on robo zones, specifically zones. You can flank around to the side and you'll able to cap the zone before anyone else sees you. And then once you get that cap, you have a bunch of space to move around and you can get some jumps in. You can get some space even further behind them. Anything can happen on robo zones if you're not paying attention.
Anything is possible. I think that's the charm of this map. It's incredibly fun and it has something for everyone. I really like this map. Honestly, I would argue it's one of my personal favorites. At first, I was kind of like, remember when it first dropped, I was kind of like, map is interesting. To wait, no, this is kind of goated. This is kind of goated. Hold on.
Yeah, everyone was like that. It's the same with Mincemeat when it first dropped. The complete
God.
polar opposite of the popular opinion now. Of this doesn't seem to be that good, and now it's like the standardized zones map for pretty much every single tournament. So, but we
Yeah.
are getting into game number 2, and E-Leader Fufu.
Okay, I love seeing Leader on the field. Leaders is such a specific font that I can go on and on about. The things I'm going to mention is they have the options to move people out of ledges and bring them out to the open, which could feed them into the leader. And if they play their cards right, this can look amazing. And they're playing cards already on Hello Kitty and Friends because they are getting that and taking 3 down of an S-Blast before the nerf. They heard the excitement from the commentator stand because look at them go. Holy crap.
Hello Kitty and Friends is doing what S-Blast before the nerf did game 1. They get a very aggressive opening, and then they get all of these picks, and that is 3 down again on the side of S-Blast before the nerf. S-Blast before the nerf is just running in, trying to get some picks, but it's not working for them this time. As Hello Kitty and Friends are able to play together, and as you saw from that kill on the bottom right, they are playing together well.
See what Billie Jean is on, because Billie Jean, we've been looking at them this entire time, and they have been making I need to mention that they've been making excellent use of that cooler. Using the cooler to rotate to your teammates is such a skill that I love seeing, especially in the top level. But before I glaze a little too hard, we are seeing that zone flip here from S-Blast before the nerf, turning it pink and continuing to try and give Hello Kitty and Friends a taste of their own medicine.
Yes, the zone flop for S-Blast and Friends. They are able to get the penalty down now, and it looks like it's going to be in favor of S-Blast before the nerf, trying to get a hold of that elbow. Once that elbow is taken, it is a very hard position if you are on defense to try and get back in. And it looks like the lead is slowly going to go into S-Blast's favor unless Hello Kitty and Friends has something to say about it, and they do! They cap it last second with those tri-strikes. Very good job there from Hello Kitty and Friends with those tri-strikes.
Yeah, definitely a clutch grab there, but it's not quite over yet because Hello Kitty and Friends is going to be going 2 down on the field as well, as they do lose their slosher with S-Blast before the nerf still continuing to hold a lot of center here in their favor. They're going to be having to go through these penalty points, but truly the lead is not too far if they can keep this up.
Jasmine has the Booyah Bomb almost ready here. With that Booyah Bomb, they'll be able to stall a little bit of space here, but as I say that, strikes and other specials come out from Hello Kitty and Friends, and there is that Booyah Bomb, putting it right in that elbow choke point there. They'll able to get some pain and picks off of it. There they are. They do get 2 down, 3 down on the side of Hello Kitty and Friends. Very beautiful Booyah Bomb placement there from Jasmine, allowing them to push up into elbow. Only 15 seconds remaining here onto that zone. Elbow forced to drop. And they don't really have any resources other than strikes on the side of Hello Kitty and Friends. They do pop it, but they have to try and paint with it, and they do! Hello Kitty and Friends is able to cap the zone.
What a cap there, and to call for that on top of that, only leaving the pencil on the field here. Hello Kitty and Friends finally finding a way to truly get themselves back into center here, but they have such an uphill battle to fight here, especially considering they have not only these penalty points, but the main points they have to get to, and have to get to a minimum score of 1. So they have to not only keep this, but also make sure they don't get overtaken by S-Blast before the nerf.
And as you say that, S-Blast before the nerf does go 2 down. They have Crab Tank ready, but they are currently at a stagger here. There is almost 0 penalty left on the side of Hello Kitty and Friends, but that is a pick from Jasmine to get them, try and get them back in at least. They do have Booyah Bomb at the ready here. They have to pop it to have a chance here. Strikes are being popped as well. Booyah Bomb and strikes both being placed on the backside of zone so they can paint the front side of the zone, but they aren't able to paint it. Jasmine does lose that fight against Billie Jean here. That is not very good here. Crab Tank being popped, not allowing them to get any paint onto the zone, and that is Hello Kitty and Friends taking game 2.
An insane last 10 seconds. They're just the absolute fight for the zones. Hello Kitty and Friends coming out victorious. As you said, there was such a tense match. That was down to the wire. Oh my goodness, I was on the edge of my seat. Also, leader. There's a leader.
Devin is really for the commentators right now. I'm an H3 enthusiast. You're a leader enthusiast. They have played both of those weapons.
We're being fed. We're literally just being fed back here. They're reading our minds. We just got here And they're like, let me show you something. Also, those S blasts on both teams are kind of crazy. Billie Jean and Jasmine, I think it was.
Yeah.
Kind of awesome, kind of goated. They're absolutely making so much use of that S blast before it gets gutted.
Yeah, they are making use of S blast before the nerf, as you could say.
Yep.
I do want to highlight something at the end of that last game, though. Funny, on the side of S blast before the nerf, Pop Crab Tank one trying to paint the zone when they should have been painting with their main weapon.
Mm-hmm. It's like, I think I see the idea. The idea was to try and move, I think it was Hello Kitty and Friends, I think it was, away from the zone to just try and exert that little bit of pressure to try and get them just away from the zone in the form of threatening their death. But since it was just so close, they said, screw it, we're just gonna paint the zone.
Yeah.
I think had it been a little bit more on the timer, it could have worked, but it was just a bit late.
Yeah. Very unfortunate timing there. But Sturgeon Tower Control, this is a very unique map mode. You don't really see this one very much in tournament. It's very, very snowbally here. If you win opening, you have the chance of just winning the entire game. Opening is very crucial on this map mode.
Custom leader. Interesting. Beacons are going to be very, very silly. I think the main thing is for the beacons here, but it doesn't look... Oh, also they threw out the S-Blast on the side of S-Blast before the nerf for a paintbrush, which is super interesting. We're seeing some interesting comp changes on the field. I want to see how this goes because I don't know how I feel about losing that blaster on the side of S-Blast before the nerf, but things are going crazy.
Yeah, I guess it is working out for them right now, as S Plus before the nerf does win the opening. Funny trying to get some lob shots over that wall, trying to get a pretty cool pick there, does not quite get anything from it though. They do get a nice pick there from Baka on S Plus before the nerf, able to allow them to push up further into their spawn. And this is the snowball that is starting to happen here. Kraken does get popped from Devin though, pushing Funny back a little bit farther, but there's only 50 ticks remaining on the tower, Fufu.
Yeah, it's exactly that snowball that you were mentioning before the game had begun right here. And, you know, I suppose before the nerf is just taking full advantage of that fact. Funny already here, getting that crab on the field, just being threatened by two members of Hello Kitty and Friends. And again, it's getting silly. And the potential for knockout is there. We are seeing 3 down on the side of Hello Kitty and Friends. And as before the nerf, who still has their hands on the tower. It really could be game if they keep this up. And I'm seeing those strikes online too.
Yeah. S Plus before the nerf is really doing anything in their power to KO here because they know if they don't KO here, they're having a low chance on retake. But it looks to be it's a 1v1 between Funny and Billie Jean, and Funny does end up winning it. Game 3 is going to S Plus before the nerf in a very convincing fashion.
Very convincing fashion indeed. That tower was able to cha-cha slide there at the very end and get its little 2 points that it needed to knock out. What a quick game. It's literally just what you said. It's just such a snowbally map. You blink and the game is going to be over. It's kind of ridiculous.
That is the charm, though. It's a charm. It's a charm. There isn't much maps that you can say, yeah, I won opening and won the whole game.
Ship.
Okay, anyway, we are moving on to Rainmaker under Joe Silway.
Oh no. See, we're going from one frowny face of a map to another frowny face of a map. Okay, Undertow is actually not as bad as Sturgeon. I will say that much. I will give Undertow a little bit of like, okay, I guess you're there or whatever. But it's definitely an interesting one. From an anchor point of view, this map is mid no matter what anchor you play. It doesn't feel the best, but it doesn't feel the worst either. It's mid. It's mid.
If you think of Rainmaker, you think of 2 maps. You think of Scorch Gorge and you think of Undertow. Actually, you think of 3. You also think of Humpback. But you think of 3 maps. This is one of the 3. That just goes to show how Splatoon 3 Rainmaker isn't the best, you could say,
I would agree.
mode. But
I would high-key agree. It feels like it's not underbaked, but it feels like it's not as E for everyone as like a lot of the other modes are. It's very limited. Not every role is going to feel the best. Also, considering that you are technically losing a member's main weapon to carry the fish, is also just another, whammy on top of that.
And Rainmaker Undertow, there is 2 ways to go, but really there's only one viable way. Unless you have Cooler. There's a very sneaky thing you can do if you have Cooler and everyone's on the other side of the map. If you are going left side, if your whole team is going left side and you have Cooler and the other team is all on left side, you can go right side with Cooler and go up the ramp and get a bunch of points. But we are seeing Wiper and V-Charger.
But I like the Wiper pick. I do like someone who's very speedy on the sticks, but okay, this is why I love Splat Charger. Absolutely. Okay, so this is the absolute charm of Splat Charger. It has, if you have good aim and there are people in your sights, it has some ridiculous kill time. You can knock out 3 members in 3 seconds. That is how fast that weapon is. And so we just saw that. Yes.
We've been seeing it's kind of like a Charger battle right now. Bake got 3, and then Devin stops the Rainmaker. So this is a very anchored, favored map right now, I guess. Kraken being popped from the side of Hello Kitty and Friends trying to get pick onto that Rainmaker. Does not quite get it. They are most likely going to perish because it is the leader. There we are. And that is a checkpoint broken for S-Blast before the nerf. They might be able to keep this area here. With strikes being popped, though, it seems very unlikely. Hammer is also at the ready, so it does push them back a little bit further.
No, absolutely here. We're going to be hearing a little bit of switch quality on my side, excuse me. But yeah, no, 3 down on S-Splash before the nerf, just leaving that splash alone. Hello Kitty and Friends is going to be moving up here pretty quickly to try and get some points for themselves. And if they're lucky, they might be able to have a checkpoint in their hands.
Billie Jean's doing a very good job here of playing super aggressive, getting some paint down on that left side, but Bake is still alive in their sights. And they do get 1, that is 2 down, 3 down on the side of Hello Kitty and Friends. They are able to get the checkpoint though. So very good checkpoint broken there from Hello Kitty and Friends. But they do not have much mid control, but Bake does go down to Devin on that E-leader. And it's just Jasmine left alive on this right side here. They do have Crab Tank as well to be able to push back in. They are trying to get some more points on the board. Hello Kitty and Friends, they do get more points on the board. 4 go down, but they do get lead.
Yeah, it's just that exchange of that lead swap, but that wipeout is going to be amazing for them to get themselves further up on the field, but that also means Hello Kitty and Friends are going to be all together. If they can keep themselves together here on this retake, they might be able to prevent S-Splash for the nerf from getting a lead themselves here.
Here comes the ink vac from Bake, allowing them to get a lot of points on the board. And they're going to have that ink vac shot too to get that instant pop. Never mind, they mistimed it, but it is just 7 left alive, so they are able to get some more points on the board. Lead does get flipped to S-Blast's favor here. Jasmine trying to get a pick on the Wiper. Very good pick there. That is 3 down on the side of S-Blast before the nerf. And it looks to be Hello Kitty and Friends is going to be able to take that Rainmaker into mid and get some more paint down on the map.
This is just a game of counter pushes. This is what this is. We are seeing one push only for a stronger push into another push, and it's just going back and forth. Who knows? Hello Kitty and Friends could be going for a lead here if they feel silly enough.
Yeah, Hello Kitty and Friends does have some resources as well. They do have those Kraken and strikes as well. Billie Jean does get a pick there. That is 2 down on the side of S-Blast before the nerf. They still have strikes ready too, so they can pop it at any moment. There they are. They are being popped, but they do see a flank on that right side. Aloe does go down. The ink vac being popped to prevent them from pushing any further. Same with that Booyah Bomb. I do believe they know where Oni-chan is here on the grades. Maybe they don't. They do get 1, unfortunately. Does cause a trade though, and that is 2 down on both sides. S-Blast before they're able to get the Rainmaker out of their area.
Yeah, for sure. Dropping that Rainmaker is going to be really nice for S-Blast for the nerf and just keeping that Rainmaker as far away as possible and making life a lot more difficult for the people on the side of the Hello Kitty and Friends. And seeing that Rainmaker going down as well, and another pick to go out as well. They're just trying to stall at this Rainmaker as best they can. It doesn't stop the fact that S-Blast for the nerf is very much still on the back foot against Hello Kitty and Friends right now, but they're just doing everything they can to get themselves up and going.
S-Blast before the nerf doesn't really need to push any farther unless Hello Kitty and Friends gets some points on the board here. S Plus before the nerf just kind of needs to allow the Rainmaker to just sit in spots and not allow them to go any further. They have Crab Tank online. They popped it. Huge pick there from Jasmine. They do have Booyah Bomb at the ready here, being very aggressive to try and get rid of that Rainmaker because Devin isn't cracking. And that is 3 down on the side of Hello Kitty and Friends. S Plus most likely going to leave the Rainmaker there unless Oni-chan gets that pick here. Trying to get that pick onto Jasmine, not quite able to get it. 10 seconds left on the clock. Jasmine popping that Booyah Bomb, just going to be holding it until Hello Kitty and Friends gets a little bit closer, pops it, trying to hold onto this elbow area to not allow Hello Kitty and Friends to keep going. Jasmine doing an amazing job of getting those picks, and S-Blast before the nerf takes game 4 and the set.
Oh my goodness, what an ending there. It was just the constant, like, just attack pressure from, oh my goodness. Just Hello Kitty and Friends just doing everything they can to get themselves in there. It just wasn't enough right there. As Splash before the nerf, just able to hold that through it. And as you said, just taking the game and the set. What an amazing job.
They did so good at recognizing that they're already on the back foot in that final minute. So all they need to do is just stall. They have the lead. They didn't really need to do anything risky.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I have nothing more to add to that. You are just so real and true.
I know.
Okay, buddy.
Well, it seems to be we will have to wait a little bit, so we could head to a break, and that's probably what we're going to do. And yeah, we will see you in a bit. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paddling Pool number 300 and something. I am Ezio, and I am joined by Fufu.
Hello. We are up and ready with our next match here from our a little longer than little break here. We have Blink Z versus, or Blinks? I don't know, whatever. Y'all figure it out. Blinks versus Tantrum RX. Interesting.
Yeah, Blanks is the established team here, the only one left remaining in this paddling pool compared to the millions and millions of pickups that are usually present in tournaments like this.
Yeah, they've been around for ages. I remember commentating way back when I was a wee lad commentator and seeing them around.
I remember playing against them in low level then. That was like 2 years ago. Unless I'm tripping, but whatever.
It goes way back.
We are going into Tower Control Hagglefish Market. Fufu as the backline, and Hagglefish being very good for backlines. What do you think about this map?
It's a little bit different than its sister mode of Splat Zones on this map, Tower Control. It's a map that feels a lot more constricted in the center just because of this big tower of geometry just sitting in the center, making it feel a lot more constricted. I don't think these teams at this level are going to have as much trouble with that block of the tower in the center, but I think the biggest problem, as per every Tower Control map, is going to be that second checkpoint. There is a lot of line of sight, so I'm not going to be surprised if we see chargers or intel. I would actually love to see an edit on this map out of like pure curiosity, and I do think we are going to be seeing a lot of those blasters, Agor's S-Blast before the nerf.
Yeah, Blanks does play custom Hydra, or vanilla Hydra if screen is banned, but it's not banned for the set, so we are probably going to be seeing a custom Hydra Zap combo from the side of Blanks, and Tantrum RX is a wild card. I don't know if they're going to be playing Pen, Edit, or Zap. We've been seeing all three of those options so far throughout this tournament.
Oh, no, absolutely. It really is just, we aren't going to know until we really get in here. And even then, I think a lot of the choices that we're going to be seeing on this map are quickly going to be changing, especially considering Manta and Humpback are next in line. Those are going to drastically change especially any traditional backlines, maybe not so much the rest of the comp, unless, you want to add, if you have a blaster, well, you're obviously not going to switch that out, or if you don't, maybe you want a slosher on board, something along those lines. But yeah, we're seeing that odd one out of a map compared to our other two.
Yeah, and with this map's like pool for this set, it's very interesting to me, because for Hagglefish, you can play like a normal comp, you can play any comp you want. Manta Maria, there's certain comps that excel, and then on Humpback, there's also certain comps that excel. Every single map mode here, a different comp is necessary in order to have a strong performance. Like Manta, you don't want to play any chargers, Splatlangs are 10 times better, and Machine is very good on Manta Maria. For Humpback, double slosher and other things of that nature are good. And then Hagglefish, you can play anything you want.
Pretty much. It really is an all-for-one special. And I know you mentioned chargers on Manta here. I think zones is a semi-exception if you can make it work, just because a lot of your time is going to be spent in middle if the teams are tight. It can sometimes be made work if you're willing to deal with the fact that you can be at disadvantage on defense, but it's not impossible.
Yeah, and another thing I'd like to mention is Splatanas. Splatanas are very good on map 1 and 2, but Splatanas kind of struggle on Rainmaker Humpback. So, this set is going to determine which team is better at adapting.
I mad shake. I mad agree with that, because it's just going to be large amounts of changes between each game. It's literally going to put them through the ringer. And it is nothing but their faults, because if I'm not mistaken, this is team picks of maps. They chose these maps by technicality. So we're gonna be seeing how these teams do with the picks that they chose themselves as we enter our first game.
Yep, and just a quick little note too is that the playstyles can also change, not just the weapons. I know we mentioned a lot of just the weapons changing, but the playstyles can change as well. And speaking of weapons changing, we see a junior and a custom blaster. A custom blaster on both sides, actually.
Yeah, I believe we're going to be seeing a lot of bubbles popping out on the side of Blinks. And again, I do like these comps a lot from each side. It is, and that edit that I really wanted from the side of Blinks as well. There's a lot of areas that edit can swing by if done correctly here, but we are seeing two members of Tantrums trying to go into the right side, but they have to turn their backs here as Blinks actually has this tower moving quickly towards its first checkpoint. They turn around and it's just like, oh, well, you guys over there, we're just going to take a tower. Well, no.
Yeah, Tantrum's kind of leaving Sky alone there to try and take the tower, and it's not quite working out because it is a pencil on the tower. They do pop the bubble, but strikes are quickly there to counter it. Same with that Zipcaster. Okay, I thought they went through the floor. Zipcaster not getting much value here. Splashdown is ready from Pancake. It looks like Blanks is doing an amazing job here of trying to get some points on the board. Yushi going to get a pick onto that blaster to hold onto the tower for a little bit longer, but they do unfortunately go down as Bubble does get popped on tower.
Unfortunately, indeed. It's just going to be an absolute fight here to just try and take this tower back, stop these points from getting any further here on the side of Blanks. Blanks did get a really solid push, though. 39 is not bad for that first opening, but it's definitely not secure, especially considering at the level that we are playing at right now. Anything is possible in this house.
For sure. They do have Bubble online for Blanks here, but they do have a member down as well. It looks to be that the tower is pushing very close to that first checkpoint here. Splashdown is ready for the side of Tantrum to be able to close out that top right side. They do want that right side gone, but Bubbler is going to be popped eventually here. Never mind. Yeah, there it is. Bubble being popped onto tower. Strikes there to counter it. And they do have the Crab Tank online, with Strikes not being online for Tantrum. Crab Tank should be able to set up very nicely here.
Very nicely indeed, but unfortunately that Crab is going to get shredded by the Stamper already. Ez is in a really interesting spot here. I actually kind of really like this. That Zipcaster, especially ready if they're able to take this pick. Just really, there's that Zipcaster just here to cause a lot of mayhem as this lead swaps in the favor of Tantrum. Again, like I said before, it's a lead, but it's not a secure one and was overtaken.
Lead is never secure on this map mode. Anything can happen, especially because of tower control. But we do see that Tantrum is being able to hold on to tower for now, and they do have two resources online, the Tacticooler and the Splashdown, so they will be able to hold on to mid with those resources. Flower getting a crucial pick onto that Crab Tank, allowing them to just keep some space and not get pushed back any further.
Indeed. We are seeing that Bubble here on the side of Blink to just get themselves just a little bit more time here on the tower. It's not going to be enough as their Junior and Doolies are going to be down on the field. Tantrum, once again, having that player advantage, able to take another pick, furthering that advantage as they are slowly get this field a little bit more blue. We are just seeing a lot of fights, just a lot of scattered fights around, as just trying to find advantages. The game state isn't changing too hard from neutral. But we might be seeing that change soon. We're seeing a lot of crabs, a lot of specials, a lot of things just trying to happen. But again, the game state hasn't changed too much.
We're being popped from Pyro there on the side of Blanks, allowing them to get some push onto that tower. Trying to get this flank gone here. They do get that pick, and that starts a stagger on the side of Tantrum. But Flower getting this pick allows them to keep onto their space here. Flower going onto that flank. Bubble does get popped, not allowing Flower to get that pick onto tower. They are swiftly approaching the lead here for Blanks here, but they do have resources online for Tantrum, but they don't quite get lead here. Just Splashdown remaining, trying to get lead, not quite being able to get it. They do have some jump-ins though, as Tantrum does get those picks in, able to push up a little bit further.
Flower was feeling real ballsy with that splash out, and unfortunately going to get punished for that overstep right there, as two members of Blinks are going to be trying to approach here from the left side. We are playing footsies is what we're doing. They are breaking ankles. Are you kidding me? What was that? What was that? And Blinks again seeing that advantage here and quickly moving up towards the ramp, getting that bubble here to, as we technically approach this second checkpoint at a very large attempt at trying to get this lead. Strikes coming out from the side of Tantrum to try and prevent them from keeping that tower any further, but it's not going to stop that checkpoint from being tapped, and a lead maybe not being swapped over. This is just barely able to wipe it out. Tantrum able to keep that lead by 1 point.
Tantrum popped the strikes a little too early, allowing them to pop bubble on the side of Blanks to not have it countered by strikes, but it doesn't matter if a Stamper is in the bubble killing all of them in one slash. Game 1 is heading into the favor of Tantrum.
What a crazy ending there. That was like down to the wire. That was just a split second further and that lead would have swapped over. What an insane. Okay, so this set is kind of going to be banger. This is going to be an awesome. I want to see how Zones is going to look now because I feel like this one can get even like tougher, especially considering that both of these teams are going to be in their adaptation phase along with, well, an entire new change of an environment. Ah!
Yeah. Zones is top level's cup of tea, right? They know how to play this map mode. They know how to play this mode inside and out. Tower Control Rainmaker clams a little bit more of a blurry area, but they can still get by. Zones, they excel.
Yeah, it's a very popular mode among the higher levels. So it is something that we see a lot. They've seen a lot. I'm excited is what I'm trying to say. I don't know how many like different ways I can say, I'm pretty excited for this. But I'm pretty excited for this.
I have excitement beyond belief for this set of Splatoon 3 on the Nintendo Switch or Nintendo Switch 2.
Pick your poison.
Tetris.
Pick your poison. What? Oh. And Squeezer. And there's a Squeezer. I actually really like this. There's so much chip on the side of Tantrum right now, and paint is a little bit on the lesser side, I would argue, because Blanks does have a lot of paint on their side, especially considering they have an Edit and Junior. So I think that's the only area that Tantrum is lacking in. But if they're able to get, no, they're 2 down actually. I take it back. Never mind, I guess.
And Tantrum going 2 down, 3 down, 4 down, and Blanks is able to win the opening here. Golde being able to push up really far into spawn with the Tetris comboed with Tactic Cooler. They do go down to Flower, but they are able to come back very swiftly because of that Cooler, allowing them to play a little bit more of an aggro, vulnerable position. Splashdown being popped from Flower does get a pick and the zone neutralized. And Flower is just being the best blaster player on the field, I guess.
That's true, but unfortunately, Blank is going to be going down to... there's a lot of things happening on zone. We're seeing a lot of flips right here, but no true cap here from the side of Tantrum as Blank still continues to have that zone in their favor. Neutralize, looking for that third pick, going and getting it. No penalty points on the board for Blanks as they swiftly keep pushing down past 40, approaching 30, and it's going to keep going until Tantrum can do something about it.
Pyro single-handedly let Blanks take that zone and hold on to that area, not letting Tantrum get capped there. Zipcaster being popped, trying to get some paint onto that other zone, does go down though. Blanks just being the main team here. They are holding on to zone this entire time. They are winning, they are getting picks, and it looks to be that Flower's going to try and go for a flank alongside that Zipcaster. Zipcaster not getting much value here. Pancake really trying to win that fight against Flower, but Sky's able to clean it up here. Tactical being popped in a last-ditch effort there from Tantrum. Sky getting a very good pick onto the zone, getting a little bit of extra paint on that zone. 2 ticks remaining, 1 tick remaining, and that is Blanks taking game number 2.
Oh my goodness. Yep. I think it was just that paint that I was talking about before, that they just had such a grip on the amount of paint that they can put on the field that they physically did not allow the other team to get anywhere near the zone the way they wanted. What a lovely game there from Blanks, evening out the score. The set is now 1-1. The real kicker is going to be a tight set of Humpback Rainmaker. Oh boy.
And boy, oh boy, am I excited for that. Humpback Rainmaker, if and only if it is a close game, is the best map mode to watch.
Period. I agree. But it gets so tight, and this is the map mode where no points is safe unless you're knocking the fish out. The only way you're safe is if the game is over.
Even if you're at 1 point, anything can happen. Anything can happen.
Exactly. It's honestly one of the most unpredictable map modes we have, and I think that's what makes it all the more exciting, because each team does have the weapon pool to work efficiently on this map. It's just a matter of seeing what they're bringing out, because from what I'm seeing is the players are pretty flexible. The players are pretty flexible. So I'm excited.
Yeah. If I'm not crazy, I do believe Blanks has a Tri-Slosher in the back pocket. So we could see a Tri-Slosher. But we do see 52 Deco. Okay, I was wrong.
Sploosh?
It's a Sploosh instead. Yeah, close enough.
It's a very weird looking Tri-Slosher, but we take it.
It's close enough. It's very aggro, and it can throw long trails of paint with their sub-weapon.
Absolutely. It's Whimsy, the weapon.
That is very true. Blanks does give Pop on an opening, and they are going to be very aggressive to try and take this right side here. Sky's the only one there, but it does work out for Sky. And there is one also in mid trying to fight Pancake, but Pancake being the better player there, getting a crucial pick. Flowers also doing an amazing job getting 2. Trying to get 3, does not quite get 3. And that is checkpoint first gone for Blanks here. And they are trying to continue that push with that slider being popped through those tri-strikes. Not quite able to get any picks, but just a good job there from Golday for just living those tri-strikes.
Also, I forget Reslider doesn't actually remove subs from the field. So they got nuked by a sub on the field that dropped right as a Reslider went out. That is rough. But it looks like Tantrum is going to be quickly approaching, actually checking that checkpoint right there. They're going to check that checkpoint right there. And they're going to be looking to try and get a lead in front of them as they are still forward into the base of Tantrum. But unfortunately, with their Gal going down, they're going to be at a small disadvantage as one of their players is off the field and in a crucial moment too.
Yeah, 2 are going down, but they do go down to a bomb. Very good stall there from Blanks, not allowing them to get much points on the board, even though they were 2 down. Blanks just going to take the Rainmaker and drop it on that left side to allow them to not get much more points. But Splash now getting 2, causing a wipeout. And it looks to be that Tantrum's going to try and maybe take it onto this left side. Golday dropping down to just stall that Rainmaker. Not quite the play, unless they had QR. They are back fast. They do have that QR. And Cooler's being popped as well, allowing Blanks to come back right into the action.
Absolutely, Karen. It's just no matter when the Blanks is grabbing that Rainmaker, they seem to be going down every single time, which is really unfortunate. Tantrum now has a Cooler on their side here, so this may give them the option to get themselves in, but Hammer coming out looking for 4 players to splat off the way, only to get splatted themselves. This is a very back and forth. No, sorry, never mind, there's a lead. I take it back. Whatever, I guess. Commentator's curse. Yeah, go, my Scarab. Get out of here.
There was nobody on that left side. Flower was the only one left alive, and they were on the right side. Blanks just took advantage of that and just ran the Rainmaker and was able to get some points on the board. And as we mentioned, no lead is safe. 50 was a pretty good push from the side of Tantrum, but Blanks just had the opportunity and took it.
That was like a side-eye kill. Are you kidding? That was so funny. Bro was like, I hear you. I'm sorry, I had to mention that. That was so funny. But Flower once again with the splashdown, the iconic splashdown coming in to take a pick off of Blanks. Looking for more here. Whether they're going to be able to get it or not is going to be the kicker. No, unfortunately going down in a trade. Again, we're seeing a lot of neutral game. There's not a lot of moments where we're passing past this elbow from either side, really.
Yeah, and that's just because Blanks, it has the Sploosh and Tetra to be in tandem with each other in aggroness, and it's allowed to play off of that as well. Slider being popped there from Golday on Blanks, and they are just trying to get some more points on the board. Unfortunately, does not get any points, actually, and that allows Tantrum to get back into mid. Very, very good job from Tantrum to try and get back into mid here.
Yeah, very much so here. Just trying to coat everything in yellow. Just trying to do everything they can to set themselves up for a push because they do have a little over a minute here to try and get this lead. And it's going to be tough unless they can, not in the clear space, but, keep it. So it's a bit of an uphill battle here for Tantrum. First splashdown is coming out on the field, able to take a lovely pick. Screen is ready out on the field, but that Rainmaker is back in center. There was nothing to push for Tantrum as Blanks has his Rainmaker in their possession, and it's just going to turn the tags just like that. We blinked, dude. We blinked.
We blinked and the Rainmaker switched. This is Humpback Pump Track in a nutshell. 30 seconds remaining. Blanks is able to get some more points on the board. They are trying to get KO here. Sky not allowing them to do that. And Cooler not being popped, going to be popped here in just a second. Allowing Tantrum to try and get back into mid. Allowing them to try and get one last push here. But we do see that Golden is behind them. And there's a sploosh behind them as well. They have two of the aggro's behind them. If they're able to push up very far, very fast, they will be able to get lead here. But they aren't quite able to. They need to play the slow game here to go down on the side of Blanks. Tantrum needs to set up here. Splashdown being popped. Does get a pick onto 2. That is 2 down. Tantrum really needs to try and push up here. They pop the strikes to allow them to push up more. Pancake popping Splashdown. Not quite getting anyway. That's 2 down again on the side of Blanks. Tantrum trying to get some points onto the board. There's the sploosh once again. Sky's getting them. That is 3 down. But no! Blanks able to get the pick before it is too late. And Blanks securing game 3 and the set.
That path was so open, but just a miracle play. It's just not enough. What was the point? I did not get to see like the point difference.
It was
What
17. It was 17 and 13. I think.
Oh my goodness! What a game! But it was just the explosion at the end where they're like, the last ditch effort of we gotta make this happen. But no, Tantrum was unable to secure that lead at the very last second. Blanks holding on to that score, taking the set 2-1 and moving forward.
Oh, Blanks had so many opportunities to kill the Rainmaker, but they were just out of reach every single time. And then when you think it was over and Tantrum was going to take lead, Pyro comes out of nowhere and kills the Rainmaker.
My goodness, what a game. Just what a game. They're not done yet though. Well, Tantrum unfortunately is going to be knocked out of the tournament, but Blank still has to go through losers finals. They still got to prove one more game if they want to make friends.
Absolute cinema, as some would say. As the kids would say this day. Absolute cinema.
The kids.
But in order for us to set up for the next intense set, as we just saw, Blank's had a very intense set, we are going to have a short break, I believe. So
Yes.
don't miss that, and we will catch you in a second.
And we are back from the smallest break imaginable to bring you your losers final set here with our last set winner Blinked and Hello Kitty and Friends, as we saw earlier on stream. I am here once more by Ezio.
Yes, I am Ezio.
Are you?
I am. Are you
Who
Fufu?
knows? I might be. Maybe you're Fufu actually.
Yeah, I'm Fufu, you're Ezio.
Hi guys, I'm Ezio. I'm here to bring you. We have our set. We have our set right here.
Yeah. I'm Fufu, and I like chargers.
Oh, I hate chargers. I hate chargers. So I'm Ezio. I hate chargers. I actually hate nozzle nose, by the way.
Oh. I think this is a little bit of hating. Just a
This is a
little
little-
bit.
I'm just playing H3. I love you. I love you, nozzle nose. Oh my god.
Yeah, exactly. H3 is peak cinema. Anyway, speaking of peak cinema, losers bracket finals.
It might be peak cinema. I don't know.
It might be.
It might
Or we see 100 OKO because we are playing on Barnacle zones.
be. Barnacle.
Barnacle, if you win opening, there's a high chance you win the game. Barnacle is very lockout heavy.
Actually, no, you're right. Low-key. I was like, wait. I was like, that depends. It technically depends. But also, half the time, you're low-key right.
I'm always right. Anyway.
When I get you?
Barnacle is very lockout heavy, especially zones, because once you get the area of their snipe, they don't really have anywhere to drop that is outside of your vision. Everywhere you drop, you have eyes on it. So you kind of need to win your mechanical fights or just have stuff to displace the other team.
Absolutely. Here, this is where special management and special building is going to be really important, especially if you are on the back foot, and especially a lot of patience. This is not a map where you want to lose temper or get even just a bit desperate, because it can punish you and the rest of your team.
Mm-hmm. For sure. Like, specials are specials in the game. You need to charge them for a reason. They're very, very good, right? Like, if we're gonna talk about specials to displace people, let's talk about Tri Strikes for a second. Tri Strikes are probably the most common displacement special right now. You pop a couple onto the front side of zone if you're in defense, and you pop one on your snipe. They are forced to back up into your other strikes, and then they end up dying if they back up into your other strikes. If not, they're forced forward, and if they're forced forward, you can drop on them and kill them.
Strikes, my beloved. I love strikes.
Me too. I love
I can never
strikes.
make me hate you.
The only thing I don't like about strikes is not being able to shoot my main weapon.
That is the only bad thing, but if you time them right, you'll be okay. You can live without the main weapon for 2 seconds. Oh, now you're telling me you can't live without your main weapon? You gotta smooch your main weapon 24/7?
Yes.
Alright.
Yes. Yes.
The answer is yes, apparently. There is no other answer.
Yeah. Like I said, I am always right. Okay.
All right. I gotta get like a designated like squeaky toy hammer to like smack you over the head with every time you say that.
Well, good thing you don't have one right now.
So I'm an artist.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, you don't have one right now at the current moment, so we're good.
I have my drawing program open. I'm like,
I'm done paddling. Get me a new commentator to replace me. I'm done. I'm leaving.
I'm simply the best. You cannot. I can't be here. Yeah. Anyways, Barnacle and Dime Slats.
Barnacle also has a lot of flanks in the neutral game as well. So on neutral, you have the chance to be the coolest person on your team, flank and kill all four. Because people usually on opening flank, but in neutral game, people don't really check the flanks. People usually look mid. So you're able to, get a little flank in, maybe get one, maybe get two. Sharking is also very strong on this map, especially if the other team is just trying to take your snipe. If you shark on snipe, when all three of your teammates are down, you could probably get a pick or two. because the other team is trying to get into that advantage state where they hold on to your snipe.
There's just a lot of options here in center. Like again, as we mentioned before, it's just really that remake where there's very limited options, but everywhere else on the map is, you know, it's got its perks. It's got a lot to it.
There's one thing about this map that I think people need to do more. People need to play beacons on this map. This is by far the best map for beacons. Best map mode for beacons. You can place beacons under snipe on the left flank, in their spawn. There's a lot of elevation change in various areas. So beacons are very good for this. And it's small enough to where beacons, when they placed, you can see your whole snipe from one beacon on the map. You can see the other team.
It's interesting. Do we want to discuss this? I have thoughts. I bet. I think it's interesting. I think it depends. I think while it's technically a longer map, it depends your comp and it depends your anchor. Because if you have a Pensu or something, I think you can get away without beacon just because your pen or whatever anchor you have is going to be behind you. Or if you really want to be silly, edits. So they're usually going to want to be trying to... It depends. I would argue that Museum would be a better beacon map. There's a lot that Barnacle offers, though. I see the vision.
Yeah, the vision is good. The execution, debatable, but we are finally heading into game one here. No more stalling from us. We're gonna see some action here, Fufu.
Leader! We're back in the build. I like your thoughts, though. Let me mention that last thing. I like your thoughts. But we're gonna be going in. We're gonna be going in here. And the S Blast once again makes a return here from Friends. Again, that's a new name. That wasn't your name before. Question mark?
Same person. It's Kiki. It's the same person.
I'm like, what are your names? They always change their aliases, and it trips me out, man. I don't know what to tell you. But we are seeing a bit of a flank here from the side of Golda. Just here, back in the Tetris, here to bring some attention as only 2 members, technically 3, one's responding here from Hello Kitty and Friends. That zone is not turned quite yet as Gold is returning here to try and bring a little bit of help to teammates. Able to wipe out too while they're at it, but the points continue to tick down for Hello Kitty and Friends.
Yeah, the whole time here, Blanks has been winning fights, but they aren't actually able to hold on to zone, which is the main part of this map mode. It's the whole way to win. Hold on to the zone the longest. But they aren't quite able to do that. And Hello Kitty and Friends is going to be retaking here. And they are on this right side trying to fight Golde. Golde is very much baiting them into this left side area, allowing the blaster to help them. And it looks to be that the 52 is just kind of stuck in this corner. They are getting picks though. They are surviving a lot longer than they should have. Very well played there from that 52.
Absolutely. And Golde here just been getting... Oh, never mind. How did Seb live that? I'm not even going to question how they got out of that one alive, but they just did. I guess they're just different, but Hello Kitty and Friends are going to be looking to get rid of these penalty points here. 50 points left here on the counter, and they're looking to see themselves in a really good spot. Never mind.
They're dead.
Odds?
Blanks, whenever we say Blanks is on the back foot, Blanks finds a way to get themselves back in. We have not quite seen a lockout there. Autobomb on the splash wall, doing wonders there from Blanks to go down on the side of Hello Kitty and Friends. This may be the opportunity for Blanks to finally take that snipe position very confidently here to just start that lockout process. Seb is already dropped though, so this is not the best position if you are Blanks because we are also dead. But there is only 10 ticks remaining in order for Blanks to get lead, but the zone does get flipped to Hello Kitty and Friends' favor as to go down on the side of Blanks.
Yeah, absolutely. Here, the snipe slowly being overtaken here by Hello Kitty and Friends. Again, I love this S-Blast here, just doing what they can to just cause a lot of mayhem. There's a lot of geometry here around the snipe, and they continue to nuke. What are oh my goodness, casually taking 2 down and stalling a lot of time here for Hello Kitty and Friends. This might just be enough to get the penalty points out of the way as Golda's back here trying to cause chaos one more time. People are going down on each side one by one here, but the zone is going to be flipping to Blanks' favor, not allowing Hello Kitty and Friends to get rid of those penalty points entirely.
Yeah, both teams are playing a very... How does Seb live that? Both teams are playing a very fast-paced game, and it is currently paying off in favor of Hello Kitty and Friends. but they do unfortunately go one down. They don't quite have much area here. Seb just trying to get some paint onto the snipe and take an advantage position there, but does go down. That is 2 down on the side of Hello Kitty and Friends, but they currently have 2 down on the side of Blanks. And there's only 20 ticks remaining onto the zone. No more penalty left alive. They do have Booyah Bomb on the ready. Pancake is on that left side flank, though. They do not quite see them. They are just rushing to get some paint onto zone. Golda popping that slider on the zone and does not quite get enough paint onto it. And that is game 1 going to Hello Kitty and Friends.
Just like that, you blink and it is over. Hello Kitty and Friends able to successfully get that knockout in their favor, quickly putting an end to Barnacle and Dime's game 1 here. Again, I love Leader. I love Leader. I need a hat that says, "Man, I love Leader."
Man, I love Leader.
Man, I love Leader. I can hear the boo boo tomato tomato, but like I don't care. I love Leader.
Speaking of Leader, we're going on, at least for what I think of, Leader's best map. You might be able to correct me, but...
No, I think you are very right here. It's a lot of open space. The Leader loves this map, as a matter of fact. Unless they get rushed down, that's a whole different story, but it munches this map.
Sorry.
It's like, don't worry, I'm aware. I'm aware.
I know all. But as you said, rush down. This map, specifically this mode, you can get rushed down pretty quickly, especially from the left side flanks with a ramp going straight into your plat. And also that block on the right side as well. You really have to be on your toes if you are on your plat and the other team is pushing you.
Absolutely. It goes like, this is what I like to say about Museum. I think there are 2 ways to play. You play it nice and slow, or you play it really fast, and there's no in between.
For sure. And it seems to be we're going to be playing a fast-paced game, because last game, it was just pick after pick. There was no real team just sitting there hitting for specials. No one played slow. Everyone was playing for fights.
It's kind of, yeah, no, you're right. Like, you think about it, it's just like, no, yeah, you're right. It's like, unless they can find some sort of stabilizing force, I think Hello Kitty and Friends, if they want to keep that leader, I think getting a way to get them set up and actually give them enough space and time to, nuke people would be ideal.
Yeah, especially if Devin does get set up on that top mid. Leader is just so good on top mid. Instead of Devin going back and getting clams on the leader, sitting top mid seems to be the play, while their support shooter does go back and get clams.
Things, of course, can get a little bit whimsical with positioning if you are given the opportunity to do so and are not punished too hard for it. So I just want to see where they go. And they're actually swapping out the custom leader. I'm assuming for easier rotation, probably there's going to be a little bit of silliness. I do think like the biggest problem is going to be that block. They do be slightly out of position, and they just fell off the map. We just witnessed a map fall.
Golday doing a very impressive job there of trying to flank on the left side, but unfortunately does go down to the water.
The water's going 1 and 2. I'm in 1 and 0, sorry.
Decaf trying to get some picks onto the plat, but Hello Kitty and Friends is really taking advantage of that 1 down instantly out of opening and getting straight onto their plat. Prime here trying to get a pick, does get that pick. They do have Bubbler ready underneath the basket here, allowing them to get some points on the board. As 2 go down again from Blanks, Hello Kitty and Friends is not playing around quickly.
Absolutely not. They have that momentum from last match. Look at this, 2 things all the way through. What a flick right then there too. These points continue to tack down. Sui is able to have a little clams here in their possession as they are taking the top route to just secure a couple more points. You never know when you're going to need them, but it's unfortunately going to be going down. It's going to be 3 down on the side of Hello Kitty and Friends. I think officially putting an end to that push.
Yeah, very, very solid opening there from Hello Kitty and Friends. Getting it all the way down to 30 remaining here. Cooler being popped the line, Blakesy to play. Very aggressive here onto that plat here. You see Golda just going in, trying to get some picks. Does get 1. That is 3 down on the side of Hello Kitty and Friends. Pyro trying to make a ball here. Does not quite get it. As Sui does get 2, does get 3, and gets their quad stolen. But that is 4 down on the side of Blanks. They are only able to get a power claim in. And Hello Kitty and Friends is going to be taking back.
Yeah, absolutely. Here, they just did not allow them to get any more than those 20 points and are already setting themselves for another push. They're not playing around. They're like, we want the win. We want the knockout, and we're feeling that. They do have another power clam online, waiting to try and get that into the basket. Just slowly setting themselves up. They're playing a little bit of a slow game here, just trying to see where Blanks is going to overstep. But the Tetris Gold are coming in, actually grabbing 2, flipping those ties. Just like, no, try to come in. I dare you.
Golda is doing an amazing job of just holding onto space and being aggressive when needed. But Bubble is getting popped. Never mind, Bubble got no value. But they're going to be making a power clam on the side of Blanks. Golda is going to be making that, just throwing it back down to the back line. The Tetris does not want to have their location revealed at all times here. One does go down on the side of Blanks. Golda playing this right side, just trying to bait them into this corner to where they can pop Slider, but Slider does get canceled. That's 2 down on the side of Blanks, and there is a flank, but flank has no value.
Flank, unfortunately, yeah, falling through right here. Seb, I heard that. You can hear that from the masses, dude. Oh my goodness. Booyah Balui is going to be popped here any second now as the power climb make its way into the basket. And just, again, these points coming down for Hello Kitty and Faye, just doing what they can to try and get rid of the...
Yeah, we've been seeing some beautiful blaster gameplay from every single team. And Seb there just did an amazing job of holding on to space as well as getting some style points on that kill. But there they are again. Speak of the devil, Seb getting 2, trying to get a third, does get 3.
Goodness.
3 down on the side of Blank. Seb going for the 4th, trying to get a splashdown, gets popped, and they do get canceled. And that is 3 down on the side of Blanks, but they are respawning. Seb is just destroying Blanks here. Seb trying to get another one, just get some paint onto their plat. Almost has Booyah Bomb ready, does pop it, and this is the start of another push for Hello Kitty and Friends.
Another push indeed, the one of many really here, as they're just, wait! There's a flank in the back lines. They're in the back. They are in the back here. That's 38 points. They can get a couple points in on the board. They are seeing those 3 clams coming in, just jumping in, just doing what they can. If those 3 go in, no! They don't go in. It's not enough to get the lead here on the side of Blanks.
So, I don't know how Pyro got out of there alive and popped Cooler, but they did get some points on the board from Blanks, but that allows them, from Hello Kitty and Friends, to have 3 power clams and paint control of the map. They already had paint control, and now they just gave them another free power clam. So there's a lot of stuff in the advantage of Hello Kitty and Friends. But it looks like Blanks is going to be able to get some picks to try and take back their plat as well. 25 seconds remaining on the clock. Pancake unfortunately going down. That's 2 down on the side of Blanks. But there is another flank and another power clam going in. But they do not quite get lead, and this allows Hello Kitty and Friends to just get a lot of space.
A lot of space indeed. And the thing is, they're still under the plat here, so just a lot of under that plat being yellow. So it's a little bit nerve-wracking, but... Oh wait, that was the other base. Dang, there's so many flanks going on that my brain got scattered. But yeah, unfortunately, Blanks wasn't able to see through and get a lead with the sneaky flanks that they were pulling. Hello Kitty and Friends taking game 2, I would argue, pretty dominantly.
Oh yeah, for sure. Blanks' only points were from flanks. They got behind them, jumped a couple power clams in, and then the push ended.
Yep. And it was so interesting. I think Blanks very well could have done it, but it just, unfortunately, they were not able to get the clams I needed. And if they had like maybe another push before that, I think it definitely could have worked out, but just not enough right there. And hey, remember this map?
Oh. Anyways, yeah, they did a very good job on the side. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, so tower control, ship shape, cargo, and co.
Yes, I have thoughts. I like Pento on this map personally. I think it's a very fun Pento map. Blasters, of course, are going to have a great time. I think the S Blasters are going to have a very fun time both on that second checkpoint, trying to get to that window and clear that off, as well as just the neutral position in mid, just because geometry.
I love geometry. But there is only one S Blast. There's a C Blaster and an S Blaster.
Blaster's TM.
What?
Blaster's TM. Come on.
Yeah, close enough. Close enough. We'll see 2 blasters on the field regardless. and it's tower control, so of course we're gonna see blasters. But yeah, very snowbally map. First checkpoint is the hard checkpoint. Once you get past first checkpoint, second checkpoint's a little bit hard, but it's not the hardest thing in the world. So it can snowball very, very quickly, and especially the main issue with tower control of the mode itself is that whoever has tower gets special advantage with food.
That is very true. That is also very true. It makes that snowball just so much more snowbally. You know, we already knew that this map was snowbally. How many times can I snowball? There's snowballs. Snowballs.
New game, take a sip of water every single time. Fufu says snowball.
Oh, we got the family-friendly version.
Yeah, I got the family-friendly version. I don't know how family-friendly we have to be here, so...
I don't know. You tell me.
Water. Stay hydrated, folks.
Stay hydrated.
Or don't go overboard on ship shape, because ship shape is a boat. So you could go overboard and go in the water.
I see what you did.
Yeah, I thought it. I didn't. I just made
Is it
it
a boat,
up.
or is it just a water factory?
It's like one of those air carrier ship things where like not like where the airplanes take off.
Yeah. No, that's different. That's a whole different thing. Those are like. This is like one of those like Anyways, we have already that first bubble being seen on the side of Blanks here, putting this on tower. Well, just a slight bit of extra protection as they want first checkpoint. It's some pretty solid success out of it here. Unless they get shot, they got.
Blanks does get a little bit of points on the board, but two go down on both sides, and here is the blaster coming out from Prime here. Just trying to get another pick, but Pancake shown there, the better blaster at the moment. Sui does get, only gets one. Tries to get the second, there we go, that is 2 down. 3 down on the side of Blanks, and this is the start of a snowball, Fufuk.
This is what snowball looks like, folks. Maybe question mark, unless Blanks comes back swinging here, but it looks like that first checkpoint capped and out of here.
They do have Kraken and Booyah Bomb online as well. They could Booyah Bomb this top right area where everyone else is, and that looks like what they are doing. They are going to be able to push up off of this here. One goes down on that top right area, looking to maybe get a second. Does not quite get a second, but Kraken is getting popped onto the top right as well. Never mind, Pyro is just pushing the Kraken back here.
Oh.
Kraken does get a pick onto the Junior though. It's just Pyro and Pancake left alive, the two Ps, and Devin is just doing an amazing job of getting some picks, and that's the set.
Absolute cinema. Absolute cinema. I need you to know that 4K was able to get that pick on Pyro just by a smidge before they can launch their, like, I was looking at that, I was like, hot shot, and it actually just won the game. Lamau. That's crazy. Oh my goodness.
I think Devin, aka 4K, is one of the best leader players. They hit shots like that on a whim. Just saying. It's
just being able to keep a cool head under like even like a tough situation is just key, and we've been seeing that through and through with them. I love that. I love leader. But yeah, that marks the end of losers finals there with Hello Kitty and friends with a dominant 3-0 win, heading right back up to Grand.
Yeah, Hello Kitty and friends is really showing why they are Seed 1. But
this is power of friendship.
Yeah, power of friendship prevails. I'm sure Seed 3 is also friends. I'm sure S-Last before the nerf are also friends.
Yes.
You wouldn't make pickups with people that aren't your friends, unless you do. But anyway, we are going to be going to a short little break, get our streamer set up, get a little bit of water and stuff in our systems, as should you. And yeah, we'll be back. Don't miss out. We are going into grand finals. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to paddling pool number 323. I know the number this time. I'm Ezio, and I am joined by Fufu. Fufu, say hi. Yeah, Fufu's gone for now. I am solo running this for a little bit, but Fufu will be back eventually, I hope. And we are going into not ship shape, sturgeon tower control. And this is one snowbally map to another. They're both tower control, they're both snowbally. As I mentioned, snowball, sturgeon. The reason why it's a snowball is one, because of the special advantage, and two, when you're on offense, you can take the snipe and you can take the top right side very, very quickly if they go down. The map in mid is not very big. Well, the map is big in general. The map to get from mid to their spawn is not that big. And we are going to be seeing S Blast before the nerf for the first time in a couple sets, because it has been a bit since we have been in Winners Bracket Finals. But here we are going into Game 1 for Grand Finals. We do see Paintbrush coming out from Jasmine there on the side of S Blast before the nerf. And Custom E-Leader. You can tell Fufu's not here because Fufu would be freaking out over the leader. Double Slosher actually on the side of Hello Kitty and Friends. Not very much paint on the side of Hello Kitty and Friends. So I'm curious to see if S Blast before the nerf is able to capitalize off of that here. And as we talked about S Blast before the nerf, S Blast before the nerf does win opening here. And that is 2 down on the side of Hello Kitty and Friends. This is the start of a good push here for S Blast and Friends. Cooler being popped as well. But Devin is saying no. Devin getting a crucial pick there onto that tower here. It doesn't look like we're going to have a start KO. And the machine is just trying to get this pick onto that splash. They know they are there. And that is 2 down outside of S Plus before the nerf. But they do have a crab tank up, so they are able to hold on to a little bit more space. But that machine is trying to put a stop to it. And that is that crab tank down and player down. Machine does have Booyah Bomb online here. They are trying to get some paint onto this right side, but they do go down to that bucket. 1 bucket better than 2, I guess. Oh, Splash just sharking here, trying to get a pick on it. Prime does get that pick. Lead Flip does go into the favor of S Blast before the nerf here. Funny just holding on to this back line here, not quite able to get anything done. Prime here on that tower. 2 are down on the side of Hello Kitty and Friends, trying to get a kill onto Bake. Bake saying no. Bake able to get that pick onto that S Blast here. Funny in mid, just trying to farm for another crab tank here. Strikes being popped from S Blast before the nerf, allowing them to take that top right area they were so hoping to take. Does unfortunately go down. Jasmine does get that pick onto that machine, trying to get a second one onto that Tri-Slosher. Does get that second one onto that Tri-Slosher. Devin forced to pop Kraken. Jasmine just trying to live a little bit longer, jumping out just in the nick of time before the Kraken does get the kill. But Prime is behind them and on the tower, managing to clean up anything and everything that is in their sights. And that would be 3 down on the side of S Plus before the nerf. But they are already back because they were cooler. Funny's just sharking Prime again. This is the second time Funny has done this. They have sharked on that wall onto the spinner here, and Funny able to kill Prime twice now.
Yeah. There's a little bit of sillies going on. Hello, I am back. But yeah, I come back and it looks like there's a good small chunk of scores happening here on the field. Those Stetson missiles seem just slightly ever so deadly. They are unable to take Prime out, but that tower is going to be left unoccupied from the side of Hello Kitty and Friends, with S Plus before the nerf is coming in swinging still.
Yeah, Aloe does see this jump on that right side, able to just get a nice quick kill. And they do pop the strikes to try and take that snipe area, trying to get Prime into that area. Prime does able to hold on to that area, and that is 2 down on the side of S Plus before the nerf.
Yeah, I do love where Owl is right now, just trying to, use that range, the height to their advantage there, but just unfortunately wasn't enough. We're going to blink, and that's going to be 3 down on the side of Hello Kitty and Friends, as that's going to be a wipeout and a lead swap in the favor of S Blast before the nerf. They are finding themselves in a really good position to possibly snowball this match if they can get past this last checkpoint. But with 2 down here to the hands of the leader, it's going to get a little bit funky a little bit quickly.
Yeah, but they do have Crab Tank available on the side of S Blast before the nerf, so they might be able to continuation this little area they have into mid. They are opting not to pop it here. Very good, smart decision there because they don't have very many people with them. But as I say that, Funny just goes behind and kills 3. They don't need a crab tank. They can use their main weapon, and they are getting the job done.
They are going to get the job done indeed, but someone needs to be holding on to this tower very soon here. Oh, they are in the tower. Never mind. And that's a pot shot with a crab if I've ever seen one. What are you, a leader or a crab? Pick a struggle, pick a struggle. But it worked out very much so here. Funny, once again, just trying to find some picks here. And that's going to be a chase for the leader in it. Yup, and it's going to be a kill to the leader here as those 5 seconds are left. Ticks, and that's game. No? Yes. Shot to slide, baby. Right into the final check.
No, yes, so, maybe no. Yep,
Yes.
Yep, it is. Okay, game 1. Going into the favor of S-Blast before the nerf. And this is their map pick. They did pick this. As we saw from the previous 2 sets that they have played on this, they've won every time. And it shows that that's their map pick. They really know how to play that map mode.
Yes, they have mastered the art of the snowball on Sturgeon Shipshape. Sturgeon Shipyard. Hello, I didn't know they had a baby. The Shipshape and Sturgeon.
They did, apparently, according to you.
Apparently, there's a secret third option. And it's just Shipshape Sturgeon. Shipshape Shipyard? Question mark. Anyways.
It's like one of those tongue twisters.
Shipshape Shipyard. Shipshape Shipyard. Shipshape
Yeah, say that 5 times fast.
Shipshape Shipyard. Shipshape.
Well, museum.
Oh my. Leader's not fun, ain't it? Oh, this is where actually the risk gets a lot higher if you're playing leader, in my opinion. It's like you can't miss your shot on the rain if you're taking it. Which, I mean, considering the track record of 4K, like, dog, I think they're okay. I think they're okay.
I think they're fine.
They wouldn't miss.
Yeah, they haven't missed yet. That's true. They haven't missed yet.
Exactly.
I haven't seen them miss.
Also, we've talked about this map. I don't think it changes too much in terms of strat, even with this Rainmaker in check. It definitely helps a lot once you get that Rainmaker to the platform. Does a lot of damage, does a lot of work, does a lot of clearing, which is exactly what you're going to want. Just I don't think much changes here, honestly.
There is 2 changes here that I think can affect the game a little bit, is that block is not on that right side anymore. So there's no more right side flanks, so you can only really look at still kind of 2 areas, but mostly one of the left side and mid. And another thing, the stall spot. If you played Rainmaker Museum in any capacity in a comp setting, there's a very mean stall spot there, where you sit on top of an unmakeable ledge and sit there for over 2 minutes, and the other team just can't get their run.
I completely forgot about that. Oh my goodness. You put it right back into my head, and now I frowned. I just frowned. I hope you know. But it looks like there's a lot of bloodshed happening on the field with Hello Kitty and Feds. Oh, there's 2 down on each side, actually. There's picks happening left and right. But S-Blast before the nerf, I think, is going to suffer the most picks there, as they are going to be essentially suffering a delayed wipe here on their side, as that Rainmaker is quickly heading towards that checkpoint.
Yeah, as you saw from opening, the teams didn't really go for pop on this map, and that's because pop doesn't matter on this map. So the main thing to do is just fight for space on opening. And Hello Kitty and Friends fought for it and won. And now they have first checkpoint. Jasmine's on this left side trying to get a pick onto the other S-Blast, manages to get some help and gets that pick. They do have Booyah Bomb ready, but they do unfortunately go down as 3 down on the side of S-Blast before the nerf. But the last one alive is able to drop and put a Rainmaker in a little bit of a stall spot.
Indeed, right here. And, you know, it's just the beginning of the game, so there's a lot of things that can happen here within this. Anything can happen. Let's be honest. Anything could happen. We are somewhat back into that neutral state, so we're just trying to see which one is going to be getting those more specials online and who's going to be tossing them first. It looks like the S-Blast before the nerf is going to be trying to go for this. Actually, I'm pretty sure they are. That is Prime.
That is 3 down on the side of Hello Kitty and Friends, but Prime was able to just stall it long enough. They do manage to get checkpoint on the side of S-Blast before the nerf, but not at the cost. But not without the cost of 3 of their players going down, and a lot of space is going to be lost.
Absolutely here. And, you know, I do like Sui playing it safe here, just waiting for the rest of their teammates to get onto the plat with them before getting any further push. And they really do want to secure their space space before they go in. I'm assuming just to really set up for a large amount of points. Funny is being a little bit funny here, though. Looking to possibly take a spot and unable to make that work.
They are going to get a lot of points here from Hello Kitty and Friends, but Jasmine getting 3 is just the Kraken left alive, but Kraken does pop Rainmaker and gets 2 more points onto the board. And it looks like S Plus before the nerf is going to be playing very aggro, setting up a crab tank on the spinner here. Just getting a lot of space. They do have resources, so they're going to be able to play very fast here. We have also being popped here. A lot of chip from S Plus before the nerf, so they are going to be able to get a couple of picks just from, existing. But they do have strikes ready. They're popping strikes onto that Rainmaker to try and get some more points on the board. They get stopped with one tick remaining here, and Hello Kitty and Friends managing to just stay alive a little bit longer. But we see a pencil shark behind them.
This can get really silly really quick. Oh, just a miss on that second shot. Would have been a really nice pick on that leader, but unfortunately they're going to be forced to jump out here. But they are going to be forced on the defensive side here, and it's going to be a little bit rough, especially considering there's a leader in the standard that can pick off anyone when they feel silly.
For sure. S Plus before the nerf is just holding out for dear life right now. They just had the opportunity of a lifetime to get lead, but they weren't able to, and now they're really on the back foot. All of their specials kind of just got wasted right now. Kraken is being popped from the side of Hello Kitty and Friends, and it pushes them back. And then there's another Kraken ready.
Another one?
Yeah, they're playing 96 Deco and Custom Leader.
They're feeling whimsical with these Krakens. Honestly, I can't even lie. But once again, I feel like the bases in my head are getting like confused because we're always going back and forth. Like my head is spinning, Ezio.
Yeah. That's 3 down, though. On the side of Hello Kitty and Friends, lead is going to go into the favor of S-Plus before the nerf.
S-Plus before the nerf! We blinked! And that was gone. Oh, unfortunately, that crab getting shredded, though. There are 3 people technically still alive. No, there's 1 person jumping. I'm pretty sure it's going to be a death there for that pencil, leaving only a Slosher alive here. And they're not... I was going to say you're not going to be alive very long, but I guess you are not anymore, actually. Taking it back once more. Hello Kitty and Friends looking to try to take a little bit more of an aggressive position, trying to get that Rainmaker forward, but just blink and that Rainmaker is going to be down from blink from Funny, and Seb going down with it. Once again, only leaving the leader. This is not a time where you want to get desperate. This is where we need, we need everyone's heads here to get that lead back.
S-Blast before the nerf could do a very funny thing and put it into that stall spot, but that is kind of mean. And we don't like being mean. Anyway, 10 seconds remaining left onto that clock here. Kraken being popped from Devon. That makes it so their backline can't pick up the Rainmaker, forcing the shooter player to pick up the Rainmaker. But it's 2 down on the side of Hello Kitty and Friends. 3 down. It is just the Rainmaker left alive, and they aren't going to last much longer. Jasmine getting the pick, and that is game 2 going to S-Blast before the nerf.
S-Blast before the nerf now finding themselves at game points, I believe here. If I'm not mistaken, they are coming out from the winner side. Let me double check this bracket.
Yes.
They are coming from the winner side. So if they can take 1 more game from here, Paddling Pool will be theirs for the taking. And it's gonna be this is possibly the best map to be at like match point 4. Mako Zones. I love this.
This is a very, very good map for S-Blast before the nerf. But as we've seen from Hello Kitty and Friends, they can just whip out any weapon they want and do decent with it.
Yes.
Like we saw the leader player, Devin, on H3. We saw the double slosher. We saw a tri-slosher machine from Hello Kitty and Friends. So literally anything can happen. I don't know what we're going to see. Are we going to see a normal comp from them? Or are we going to see something that just works on Mako zones and only Mako zones?
I don't even want to try to predict. I really just want to be surprised when I see it. If they really change it. I don't know if there are going to be many changes, if I'm being honest. But it's just a map. This map is just going to push all of them to their limits. Like they kind of have to be perfect if they don't really want to lose. I know retake gets kind of rough here as well, but I would argue that this map mode is a fair one that we do have in the entire game.
This is a good slosher and S-Blast map, and I do believe both teams have both of those weapons. So it really comes down to who plays their positionings better. Like, this map is all about positionings and awareness. Flanks can happen at any moment. And you have to be ready to punish those flanks. You have to be there to even see those flanks. You have to be in a position where you can take advantage on if they go too far behind you, and you can push past them and get everyone else that's behind them. You have to be aware. You always have to be on your toes on this map.
It's really crazy. It's really crazy. That's also what makes it fun. The fact that you have to be so aware. The fact that there's always so much going on. Like, I think I've had some of my most engaging games on Mako zones. And I don't think that'll be any different for these two teams right in front of us, especially considering at the skill level they're playing at, and especially truly despite what the score is saying, how close these games have been getting. So, taking all of my excitement, we're actually swapping off the leader to have both pens on each side and a paintbrush. The S-blasts are gone. They're gone, Ezio. And it's gonna break loose.
There's a Luna Blaster coming out from Kiki on the side of Hello Kitty and Friends. That's already one down, but there's also a flank on that left side from Funny. Funny backing up now. But Jasmine does get that pick onto that Luna Blaster. It looks like Zone is going into Hello Kitty and Friends' favor, but it's just a dogfight here to try and see who takes what side. Jasmine getting another pick onto the 52 there from Hello Kitty and Friends. That is 2 down there, 3 down now. They are all in spawn for Hello Kitty and Friends. Jasmine forced to jump out here. Very good jump out and luring into that bottom right area. Seb is now stuck in a very ungood position.
A good position is so real. Right here, again, Prime always finding themselves in a really nice spot, able to take that trade to finalize the wipeout for Hello Kitty and Friends here, as they, although the leads are not very strong at the moment, it's still going to be a lead swap in their favor, which, it's a little bit like, yippee. But Hello Kitty and Friends, happy to fight that crowd. Again, S-Plus for the nerf ups and strikes coming out in favor. Whether they're going to be able to cap the zone or not, it's just going to be another question. I think they are here, 2 members down on Hello Kitty and Friends.
Yep, 2 down on the side of Hello Kitty and Friends. Owl trying to make that a third, does not quite get it. Forced it back up a little bit, but it's going to still sit on this right side. They're all there, though. Owl does go down, but they are back fast because of that cooler. Sui just trying to get another trash strike, popping those trash strikes. Zone flip. Zone lead is going to flop in the favor of S-Plus before the nerf. But there is 2 people down on both sides here, but Jasmine does have the high ground on Sui here. Sui might be forced to jump out or die here on this left side. Jasmine's still there, does get 2. That is 2 down on the side of Hello Kitty and Friends. Jasmine is still behind them here. 30 ticks remaining there for S-Blast before the nerf.
Jazz is putting the pain in Paintbrush with they're just being a menace to society. And look at those missiles coming out as final, but wait, that was 3 down with the hammer right there. What was that? That is the clutch of all time. What the heck happened there? Hello Kitty and Friends able to just by a miracle take 3 down, wipe out essentially, and have that lead. Not lead, have that zone in their favor. Oh my goodness.
Blink and you can miss it is right. There is so much happening between these 2 teams. Anything and everything is happening at the exact same time. 3 go down on the side of S-Blast before the nerf, and there is no penalty for Hello Kitty and Friends. S-Blast before the nerf really needs to start making something go right now. They do start it off by getting 1 pick. That is 2 picks now. 18 remaining, 15 remaining. Jasmine really needs to get this pick, does get that pick. They do neutralize the zone right before lead does get flipped here. They need to hold on to it. They do hold on to it. And that is 2 down on the side of Hello Kitty and Friends, allowing S-Blast before the nerf to stop the zone just in the nick of time.
Oh my goodness, what a clutch up from S-Blast before the nerf, just stopping that counter right before that lead was going to swap against them. And again, only a minute 30 left, and these teams are looking at 10 and 11 point scores right now. It's going to get super tense.
For sure. And that is 1 down on the side of Hello Kitty and Friends, but they do have trash strikes online. They are popping that hammer as well. Resources are getting popped from both sides. 2 go down on both sides as well. The aggros are the ones left alive, though, for S-Blast before the nerf, so they are able to take some space here. Owl starting to cause a stagger, getting a crucial pick onto that Slosher. That Slosher was not cooler. So they are going to take a bit to get back in. Jasmine, perfect shark there, getting a pick onto that 52 gal. But Owl does go down as well on the side of S-Blast before the nerf here. Only 20 ticks remaining onto that penalty here. And they do have Crab Tank online as well. They need to get a pick with this Crab Tank in order to hold on to this area because Hello Kitty and Friends is getting some picks, and they do get a pick onto that S-Blast on that right side. Strikes being popped though from Hello Kitty and Friends, able to cap the zone.
Yeah, applying those extra penalty points to give them another chance to lessen the risk here as they are still in center, able to take 2 down. There's not on each side of this, seeing that pencil up on each side is going to be really huge here just to make sure that both teams are still having some paint on the floor. But losing the paintbrush and the pen on the side of SS for the nerf is going to be a really detrimental thing there, as Hello Kitty and Friends are now setting them here in the base. They are not taking any more risks. As you know, we are seeing the whales, we're just seeing everything. They want to be able to take these picks on Xbox for the nerf. They want to prove that they are still in this and do not want.
Funny is behind them, and they did not notice. They did get 2. They have strikes and missiles are being popped, and S-Blast before the nerf takes the game, takes the set, and takes the tournament.
Oh my goodness, the timing there. We blinked, and I thought that was almost still held. I blinked.
No.
Dude, and it's gone.
Seb was on that right side. They thought Funny was on the flank, which they were, but Funny was sharking, and Seb shot in every single point except for 1 drop of ink. That 1 drop of ink was the drop of ink Funny was in, and they didn't know Funny was there. They thought Funny backed up, and Funny was able to flank, kill the pen, kill the Luna Blaster, pop Crab Tank, and cap the zone for the win.
What an insane, that's crazy. That's just crazy work, but it won in the game and in glory. S-Blast before the nerf is going to be your Paddling Pool 323 champion. What a beautiful 3-0 sweep too.
Just well played. A round of applause from every single set we've casted. These teams came out to fight and they fought hard, Fufu.
Hard indeed. And it's been so fun to just watch these players. Again, higher level play will never not fail to make me all all giddy, just because the level these players play at, the speed they play out, and just the small decisions that they make all add up and can be the difference between a win or a loss. And those stakes are always exciting, you know?
Mm-hmm. But all good things must come to an end.
Indeed.
Will be us signing out. Fufu, where can the people find you on the internet?
On the internet, you guys can find me at @SplatFufu on both Blue Sky and Twitter. I'm a little bit more active on Blue Sky. I've been posting art down there. Of course, I play the game. I play my silly backlines. And of course, I commentate. Getting back into it. It's been around a month since I last been on the mic, and I will be on mic again hopefully later this weekend. So, that is me. I am Fufu. Ezio, where can the lovely people find you today?
Well, as you can see on the screen, you can find me on Blue Sky at SEOSPL.bsky, and you can also find me on Twitter at SEO_SPL, and streaming by the same title, and pretty much everything is SEOSPL or SEO_SPL. So,
Yes.
and that is me, SEO, signing off.
That concludes Paddling Pool. It's been an amazing time on the mic. I hope you guys have an amazing day wherever you are. Congrats to S-Blast for the nerf for taking it home. That is us signing off.
Goodbye.